And we are going to get going. It seems to be working. Right, we're going to get going anyway. So welcome everyone to Transport Resilience Infrastructure Committee meeting for May. We have apologies for lateness from Joe Bartley and early departure, Mayor Brown, and also Karen. Someone like to move any other apologies? Thank you. Moved Deputy Mayor, seconded Chris Fletcher. Those in favour say aye. Against carried. We've had a request for electronic attendance from John Watson, Lotu Fully, Greg Sayers, Ken Turner and Wayne Walker. Someone like to move that be accepted. Thank you, Richard. Seconder, thank you, Chris. Those in favour say aye. Against carried.
No. Why are we allowing these people just to not come? That's a very important thing. Bugger them.
Righto.
I won't record that I'm in opposition to that.
Okay. Thank you. We have just a reminder, everyone, in regard to declarations of interest. Confirmation of the minutes. Someone like to move that we confirm the minutes of the 3rd of April?
Happy to move.
Thank you. Chris, seconded. Yes. Oh, Desley, thank you. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Against carried. We have no petitions. We have public forum, so we had 2 requests received and both were approved. So first one up is Connor from Greater Auckland. So welcome, Connor. I think you know you've been there enough, 5 minutes, and then we'll throw some questions at you probably.
Yeah, thank you for accepting the chair. Let me just... So kia ora. Hopefully you know me by now, but my name's Connor Sharp and I'm here today on behalf of Greater Auckland. There we go. So first of all, congratulations. City Rail Link is just around the corner. This is the culmination of a decade of vision and hard work, and also the biggest investment made by any council in infrastructure in New Zealand. I'm sure you're aware. It is going to be amazing. The stations look incredible, and it will be transformational for Auckland. So to make the most of CRL from day one and maximise its value, Auckland Council have approved a series of plans and programs that changes the way our city works. Some of this work has already happened. It's gorgeous, it's popular, and it's working. Downtown Auckland and the waterfront are the best example, and they're humming. So one of these CRL readiness projects is the Karangahape Precinct Integration Project, otherwise known as Project K. Project K has been under Auckland Transport's umbrella. In 2023, they went out to the public for consultation, and people loved it. They particularly loved the improvements to the urban realm, better transport connections, which were achieved by prioritising people, preserving local access for residents and businesses, and preventing through traffic, aka rat running. Of course, as with any project, there's always room to refine the design, and so AT carried out comprehensive engagement to work through the issues and realise the shared vision for this area. And so this led to a few adjustments, in particular around the Mercury Lane station entrance. AT made a few sensible changes to the traffic circulation plan and ensured and enhanced access for loading and servicing. They also had a solution for keeping local access while warding off rat running, which were electronic bollards for the planned pedestrian mall on Upper Mercury Lane. These were good compromises. They addressed the genuine needs of locals while protecting the core vision and promise of change. And there was ongoing work on a few other minor details. However, senior managers in Auckland Transport had other ideas, which they chose not to share with the public, or with council, or it seems even other parts of AT. First, in August of last year, they ditched AT's smart local access plan for Mercury Lane to allow full-on rat running again, which cripples the core point of Project K. But they didn't stop there. Last month, even though this project is currently under construction, AT suddenly revealed drastic changes at a Waitemata local board workshop. So these aren't minor adjustments to loading and servicing zones. They essentially cancelled all the promised pedestrian improvements to Cross Street, widened footpath plan and stuff like this, in favour of this dismal status quo, unbefitting of being next to a $5 billion rail project. Worse, and we still don't really know why, the same people in AT also ditched the People First design for East Street and Canada Street, planning to remove the existing cycleway to bring back two-way through traffic. Altogether, these changes would effectively kill the core point of the entire project, changing this area to stop rat running and improve the urban realm for people ahead of CRL. As we understand it, this all happened in March and April, behind closed doors, at the behest of a few people, with essentially no discussion with the local business association or even nearby residents. This is a shocking abuse of process. You have widely consulted and strongly supported plans designed to realise the benefits from day one, not just Project K, but high-level area change strategies, like the Karangahape Road Plan and the City Centre Master Plan. AT exists to deliver this high-level stuff from Auckland Council, and the Project K team in AT was doing a good job at this. Yet, specific people in AT senior management just threw it out. The thing about actions like these is they create a crisis of democracy by undermining the big picture thinking that leadership that council aims to provide. They also undermine people's faith in council, in you, and in the process of consultation. Why bother to have our say on anything if the rug can be pulled out like this? We've been contacted by hundreds of people expressing this frustration and lost trust. It's also something that you heard last week from Scott Pritchard, Chair of the City Centre Advisory Panel and CEO of Precinct Properties. And I have his quotes here if you want to hear them again. Project K is probably the most egregious example of this, but it's not the only one. This is a pattern. Repeatedly watering down, or outright, repeatedly watering down work designed to fix Auckland is losing AT the support, trust, and confidence of everyone, especially those who would like to see our transport agency and city succeed. And it does nothing to appease the vocal complainers who, frankly, have no idea how cities work and how transport systems function. It's a losing strategy because when you try and please everyone, you're not going to please anybody. Project K, as promised, transforms the streets to meet the needs of thousands of people who will very soon be pouring through this neighbourhood from CRL from all over the city, while also keeping local access for shops and residents. It was great. So please act now and save this project and save AT from itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Connor. And just before we launch into questions, because I'm sure there'll be some, I just think we need to make sure that we understand that there's been no decisions made, and so the memo that went to the Waitemata Local Board in April, nothing has been finalised from that, and there is a continuation by Auckland Transport to continue to work with both the local board and with stakeholders in regards to the outcome. So currently there are no final decisions,
Yes.
and which is the advice we've got from Auckland Transport, and there's a desire to keep working with people. So we'll do that. So got questions from Mayor Brown?
Okay, I have some sympathy with what you're saying. As the most nearest former resident until just recently, but we visited there yesterday, and we visited Mount Mangawhau yesterday as well, and what I saw was a number of reasons which support us taking Iki Panuku back in-house, and a number of reasons which support the changes to AT so that we will take back out of them any ability to have anything to do with roads as well. Basically, this is a case of knee-jerk decision-making. A compromise doesn't seem to have been entered into. A compromise is where you hear from both sides of something rather than do something which does some appeal to both. And if what you think's wrong here, you wait till the GV and I talk about what's wrong at Mangawhau. Deep concerns, we should be listening to you people. The process is bad. Fortunately, we haven't actually cemented stuff in yet. And so I have a great deal of sympathy with what you're doing. The uptown business district are even more concerned about what's going on at Mangawhau, and yesterday I stopped a whole lot of stuff that they were going to do. So there. So keep your little voice bleating out there, mate.
I will. Yeah, just something I'd say on that is this was, while no decisions have been made, there is, from my understanding, some sort of plan C that's being made. But the really important thing about that is whatever changes are made, it needs to keep the core principle of what this project was trying to do, which is remove rat running and improve the urban realm. And there are reasonable compromises for the needs of local businesses for loading and servicing, or residents for legal access, right? So, but yeah.
Okay, Richard.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, thanks for the work on this. I was pretty shocked to see the dramatic change from what was a project that had about 70% support and so many workshops and so much process. I guess, first of all, you mentioned the quote from Scott Pritchard from Precinct, but also the chair of the City Centre Advisory Panel. Is it my understanding they're writing a letter on behalf of the panel about this? And I didn't catch what his quote was that you said before.
Oh, in terms of his quote was at the budget committee next. I've read it out to you if you. This is verbatim, but so last week at the budget committee, as part of the regional advisory panels, they were giving feedback to all of you at council. But Scott Pritchard said, "Look, I'll provide a personal lens on this. I was asked to come and chair this committee as an independent, and I've done that for the last 2.5 years. Put simply, I'll do that if I feel like I'm being heard. And the other 19 members of the panel will continue to do it if they feel like they're being heard." And so we participate in consultation, we provide our views, and we hope that the advice we give is heard and that it is for the benefit of the city. If that no longer happens, you'll find the effectiveness of panels such as ours, the City Centre Advisory Panel, they won't attract the members and they won't attract the intellectual horsepower that council might want to rely on and benefit from. So when changes like this happen to Project K, having gone through significant amounts of consultation, and volunteers like us have spent a lot of time providing advice, that's very frustrating. And ultimately, it will undermine the value of these types of panels if these sorts of things continue to happen. And ultimately, it's not getting the best out of a $5 billion piece of infrastructure. It's incredibly short-sighted.
Thank you. And just last question. The obviously the decision to allow cars up Mercury Lane, which actually was not the case pre this project, was made last year. I still disagree with that. But are you talking about that the Greater Auckland and many still oppose that decision as well as these new changes to the neighbourhood?
Yes, so it is important to separate the two decisions. From our understanding, they were made by the same people in AT for probably along similar lines. The pedestrian wall decision was a bad idea then, it's still a bad idea now, based on other examples in the city centre, like Freyberg Place, where you go through consultation, you decide to open as a shared space, and then less than a year later, you have to go through that consultation again to then pedestrianise it. It will happen on that lane. However, the more recent stuff, even though no decisions are set in stone, is a lot worse in the sense that it's breaking a lot of the processes. The decision last year was technically in the remit of AT, but the stuff that has been blown up last month, I would wonder how much of the internal process of AT is broken, how bad it is in terms of going through consultation and then rug pulling something like this. And so it's important that whatever solution comes out of this, it is keeping the core of the project while addressing people's reasons. So yeah.
Chris, Darby.
Thanks for this, Connor. Connor, have you caught up with the Waitemata local board? I understand they were in the area yesterday with AT. Have you had any feedback from them since yesterday?
Not since yesterday.
But you have been talking to them?
Yeah, I've been talking to a few different members. I haven't spoken to the board as a whole or anything like that yet.
If we distill this down, rather than talk about the detail, what you're bringing to us is that the crux of the issue is there was considerable consultation, there was really solid feedback, and an outcome was agreed to in the recommendations, and your organisation was up for that outcome.
Yeah, there was considerable agreement on the broad, premise of the project, which was removing through traffic and improving the urban realm. There's always going to be minor adjustments you have to make in projects.
Yeah.
It's really important, I think, to, I'll word this. The really egregious part of this is that you go through an entire process of consultation, you have all these, sort of high-level plans, and that is being broken when these last-minute changes are tried to be put through, right? And that is really the biggest issue here, as well as the fact that this project is going to be watered down. So we would honestly support going back to what was consulted on.
So your concern is, in this instance, it's about, possibly Auckland Transport. Well, it is Auckland Transport. I think I've heard the words buckle or weaken or, to a few noisy voices. But does this extend to other projects as well? Now, I know that's not why you're here, but I'm actually inviting you to comment because in this instance, Auckland Transport has come under the microscope. On Great North Road, there's been political suggestions put to Auckland Transport to do things differently when that has been well consulted on. The same for Point Chev Miola. Is this an issue that you think needs to be addressed both at executive management of Auckland Transport, Auckland Council, and politically as well? Once a project is actually over the line and it's got momentum and it's got the communities and public generally on board, and there's always going to be some, different views, that we should actually deliver the project.
Yes.
Generally consistent with what the final recommendations were post-consultation.
Yes, would agree a lot with that. Great North Road is a good example where, as far as I understand it, there have been engineering changes to this project that's, half built or half underway, which I don't think were in what was consulted on. But when you sort of get into the project delivery stage of any project, regardless of what it is, it costs an extraordinary amount of time, money, and resources and energy if you start changing big things about it. And when those contracts are signed and when shovels are in the ground, that's when you have to go. And so when whether it politically or otherwise, or within AT, when this stuff gets meddled with, it really, it delays projects, it makes them go over budget, it does all of these things. So, yeah.
Chris Fletcher.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your advocacy. And my question is possibly slightly off topic, but I do want to acknowledge the long-standing advocacy that you have brought to the CRL. The CRL has taken decades in the advocacy department. The concern that I've got, and I'd like to know the view of Greater Auckland on it, is do you think we've had sufficient oversight on this project since 2017? And secondly, do you believe that we're prepared? We don't have any of the inner west grade separation plans on the table. Mangawhau is looking like a wasteland. There are a lot of things that need tidying up to give the public confidence that we can take on these major infrastructure projects. Can you give me a perspective from Greater Auckland?
Yeah, I will say, just being the new kid on the block, shall we speak, on Greater Auckland, I wasn't necessarily part of the sort of long-standing advocacy, but
no, but you've had a number of long-standing members who have brought incredible advocacy to this.
Yeah, I think there is some concerns around, you noted two of them, around Mangawhau and the level crossings, where have they been prepared enough for opening and sort of maximising CRL? There are numerous blog posts that I think Matt Lowry has done on this, and these things are still a work in progress, and fortunately it probably looks like they might take longer than they would otherwise should take in a different world if they'd be treated with maybe more urgency, and perhaps more oversight would have helped with it. So yeah, but do agree with the concerns there.
Thank you.
Okay, no further questions. So someone would like to move that Connor be thanked. And so Chris Fletcher will move and Richard will second. So thank you, Connor. Good to see you again. Those in favour say aye. Against, carried. Thank you.
Cheers.
Next up, Fian from Bike Auckland. Welcome. Again, you've been here enough. You know the drill. So away you go.
Kia ora. Yay, here we go. Fantastic. I'll just wait for my slides to appear. I'm Fian Delifi, my pronouns are they, them, and I'm the Chief Biking Officer for Bike Auckland. As you know, we are a non-profit. We're all about reducing barriers to cycling for transport, because we know that more people on bikes will make a better region for everyone. Auckland is a C40 city. You have these targets to reach for emissions reduction. I love them, they're fantastic. And to enable that, you need a 64% reduction in transport emissions. That means you need way more people on bikes. Public transport alone will not cut it. And to get that, you need Auckland Transport to be on board with delivering the TERP, the emissions reduction pathway for transport, which sets out the steps to reduce those emissions. So it needs to be an Auckland Transport Statement of Intent. So I'm just supporting the stakeholder feedback about Auckland Transport's Statement of Intent with the TERP there being included. Safety is the key barrier to cycling for transport. We need a cycle network. We do not have a network, we need one. We also need our safe speeds. In areas that we have safe speeds, more people across our region have been getting on bikes. But that progress is going to be stalled if we allow our safe speeds to be reversed. Concerningly, safety has disappeared from Auckland Transport Statement of Intent. It was there last year as a key priority. We need it to come back this year. You have commitments. You have climate commitments and you have safety commitments. And you have a responsibility as a council to make sure that Auckland Transport has a plan in this current context to achieve those commitments, both for safety and for climate. It is not enough to water down next year's targets. There needs to be a plan to ensure that you do meet those climate targets and those safety improvements. We can design our streets to minimise harm when people make mistakes, but as you've just heard from Connor, Auckland Transport seems to roll over on these climate projects and these safety improvements way too easily, and that needs to change. If you want to meet your targets, and we do, we want to meet those targets, Auckland Transport needs to be firm about delivering these projects, which are very well supported by the community, and improve our emissions from transport and our safety. So you can fix the statement of intent by including the TERP, by ensuring that safety is a key priority. And next week is Road Safety Week. You can be a road safety hero and direct Auckland Transport to find a common sense solution with the Minister about safe speeds so that you can reach those targets. There's also a program that I just want to point out to you, the Minor Cycling and Micromobility Program, which uses pop-up materials and aligns with renewals to deliver cycleways very fast and affordably. And in a cost-constrained environment, I think that program really needs to be boosted and empowered to deliver the cycle network. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Questions? Mayor Brown, then Morris.
Can you just go back to picture 4?
I'm not sure which one was number 4, sorry.
The handsome young family with... That one. Now, I agree with increasing cycling, but we're doing it expensively and dangerously ourselves. I've spoken to a number of cycling advocates, and I'm an occasional cycling advocate, an occasional walker, an occasional driver. On that picture, there's this a very expensive double curb thing there, curb one face, curb the other face, and a bit of stuff in between. It uses up money and space, that does. It's not particularly helpful. Rumble strips alert people when they're crossing them without knocking them off, that they're in the wrong place. They alert drivers when they're into the wrong place. And so I'm wanting to instruct AT, who have a habit of wasting money, to use rumble strips, which allow us to have a lot more, and with the amount of money, extend the cycleway so it doesn't look so disjointed as what it is. What do you think about that?
So first of all, I'll just point out that this photo, it might not be clear from this photo, but what you see there that's protecting the cycleway is actually a concrete Tim Tam style separator, which is very cheap and affordable. That's one of our pop-up solutions for the most affordable program that we have. People are only going to get on bikes if they feel safe, for the most part. I am a rare exception. But for the most part, what we see is they will get on bikes when it feels safe.
I think that's
rumble
not
strip-
quite right, mate. People
That's
on
what the
bicycles behave very unsafely themselves. I mean, I ride along the K Road one and at $23,000 per metre, well protected by over more money than what I need, only to be passed by lycra people out in the traffic, going flat out. And as soon as you get to red light, they immediately crossing at the same speed as well. So there needs to be an acceptance that not all motorists are appalling and not all cyclists are brilliant.
I'm
we
not
all
talking about...
comply to the bell curve, and I'm thinking that have a number of
Yeah, I
cyclists
think,
who told me
can you
that...
get to a question, please?
Well, our
Your
question
Worship?
is,
'Cause we don't
what
need to
is
have an
wrong
argument.
with rumble strips?
Yep, so I'm trying to answer your question. When we talk about delivering protected cycleways, we're not usually talking about delivering them for the people that are cycling right now. There is a small percentage of people that are comfortable cycling on the road. They are a rare exception. The general public who are not currently cycling, we call them the interested but concerned group. They will cycle when it is safe, and a rumble strip will not feel safe. So, for instance, if you have kids going to school, you need to know that they will be safe to get to school by bike. There needs to be a protected cycleway for them.
So you've just argued against more cycleways.
No,
Okay,
I
so
didn't.
we're going to move on. So, Morris,
Just a procedural issue here. The Mayor seems to have a copy of all the slides. Were we given a copy of these slides? Because I can't find them on Nexus, and I can't find them in the email. Do we have a copy of these slides?
he's stolen Barry's, which he got about quarter of an hour before the
So some people got them and others didn't?
well, it was provided. I don't know.
Can you have a copy?
Well, can we have a copy? There's a whole lot of questions it raises, but it would have been good to be able to have a read of it before we got here. It just may be that I can't find it on Nexus and it's there. You can't find something that's not there. I didn't know that. I'll write that down.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, just to assist, when a public forum comes in, you could potentially say, if there is a slide pack associated with your presentation, please make sure we get it X time ahead of time.
Which I wasn't
Which
aware
I'm sure you do, but that's the reason why we haven't got it, wasn't provided.
Yep. So that's been noted. So have you got another question, Morris?
Well, I can't ask questions until I've got a bit of a read of some of that stuff. There was pages of data and numbers and flashing by. It'd be really good to have a copy of it.
Great. Karen.
Kia ora. Look, I really support a lot of the information that you've presented today, along with the previous presentation. I know that it's really important for the future of our city, and obviously we also know that Auckland Transport will be coming in-house at some point. I just wanted to ask you, in terms of what we're doing and where we're heading, is there anything else that you think we can be specifically doing or we're missing out on in terms of improving how we could be addressing climate change better? I know that you're talking specifically about the cycling and so forth, but just in terms of our model going forward, because obviously it's going to be a big change for us if and when Auckland Transport does come in-house.
I think resilience is a really big one. Again, from a cycling perspective, bikes are a really useful vehicle if a road is blocked by trees, for instance. So when we're preparing for the types of climate disasters that are coming, like the flooding becoming more frequent, having more people on bikes is really going to help to reduce the congestion and to help people get around when roads are blocked. And that can free the roads up for emergency services as well. So I think just really thinking about how bikes fit into that picture, because they are a huge help.
Thank you.
And so it's on Nexus now. I was told there was an issue with uploading stuff last night, Morris, so it's on there now if you want to jump on it. Shane.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you so much, kia ora. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was excellent. The map is extremely alarming, isn't it? And I'm just wondering, with the limited funds we have in cycling, tiny part of the transport budget, would you prioritise closing the gaps in the existing network, or would you prioritise larger investments along arterials and things like that?
Oh, that's such a good question. Prioritising is really, really hard. I would say do both and just give it more investment, personally.
Sure, makes sense. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Angela.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. My question was just around, there are some statistics around people who would cycle if they felt safe. Do you have those statistics? And do you have a gauge on lycra versus ordinary people, like families and their children, like the slide you had up? Because my experience in my area is that with the cycleway along Great South Road, you know, along the Southern Motorway, I mean, there are so many people cycling, but it's a limited port of call because there's no connections, which is what Councillor Henderson just spoke to, the connections,
Yes.
which are really important. So just the number of, the data you have on cyclists.
Sure. So what I do have in here just some extra slides that I put in to prepare. for
Point
these
of order,
kinds of
Chair.
questions.
Like, there's just such a lack of respect for the speaker here. Our community barely come and speak to us, and we've got everyone talking, mocking, arguing with the speaker, giving a general point over 1.5% of the transport budget.
Okay, yep, fair point. So let's just show a little bit of respect, and if you want to have a chat, you can pop out the door as long as we retain a quorum.
So there's been a variety of studies asking people what would make them cycle, how they get around, and generally we see that safety is always the barrier. So this was one in 2023, 41% don't feel safe because of how people drive. So if they have separation from traffic, they'll feel safe to cycle. And same, they don't feel safe letting their kids bike to school. And I think that's a really, really important point is I got to cycle to school with my friends and that was an amazing experience. 85% of kids want to get to school in active ways, but schools ban them because it's unsafe. They ban cycling to the school and parents don't feel safe letting them cycle. But in areas like Hobsonville, where they have a lot of wonderful cycling facilities and shared paths for kids to use to get to school, they have overflowing bike sheds and they don't have any school congestion. And that's what we need for the rest of our region.
Thank you, Finn.
Thank you. Regular cyclist, Alf?
Thank you, Andy, and as you can see, I'm still cycling as much as I can, and then I wake up. Fian, can you go back to the photo, I think it was the first time with the family, please? While you're going to it, Fian, were you aware of in 2016, the cycle and pathways that were put into Mangere?
Is that Te Aramua, Future Streets?
Yeah, they had the walking and cycling paths in Mangere in 2016. Were you aware of that?
If it was Te Aramua, then I'm aware of those.
Yes,
Yep.
it was. And were you aware that the majority of Ngā Iwi Primary used those cycling and tracks? Did you know that the primary school was one of the first to use the cycling tracks?
Oh, that's really cool. That's fantastic.
Also in 2022, there was a move for Mangere Bridge, especially in Coronation Road, to improve and have the ability for that community to have the opportunity to cycle safely. Were you aware of that?
Would that be the Mangere West Cycleway that's
Yes.
going in right now?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Also, if you have a look at that picture there with our whānau there, and those double curb, the concrete parts, did you know that actual piece of work or infrastructure gave the ability for a lot of the people who were using the cycling ways to end up being safe?
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you also know that when you end up putting those in, that a lot of the families now are using the cycleways because they are safe, and it's not a perception because they are safe?
Yes, absolutely.
And so my last pātai, Andy, is, Fian, with your submission and presentation you've just given us today, are you wanting answers back to some of the pātai that you have brought to our attention?
Yes, absolutely. I would love to know how Auckland Council, what I would like to know is Auckland Council directing Auckland Transport to be sure they are following the transport emissions reduction pathway, to ensure they have steps in progress to meet your targets for emissions, and to ensure you're meeting your safety commitments.
So question to you, Chair. Will there be a response going back to Fian in regards to her presentation around the questions that she has posed to this committee?
Point of order, sorry, the speaker's pronouns are they, them.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, the speaker's pronouns are they, them. I just wanted, I know you didn't mean to do that, but Fian uses they, them pronouns.
That's right. So it's just the use of pronouns, Alf. So yeah, look, I mean, AT are here, and obviously they'll be able to provide, answers to some of them, and we give feedback, as you know, and so I loved your leading questions from the police days that you were asking, maybe, but you know that our direction to Auckland Transport is through the SOI, which is on our feedback to in this, the next item almost. So, okay, you finished asking leading questions?
Oh, no, I was going to ask another leading one, but I thought I'd just leave it as...
That's all right, we're throwing out in court, but that's all right. Daniel.
Good morning. A couple of questions from you, but underpinning the TERP is a VKT reduction program, which would cost between 25.5 and 28 billion in capital plus $1 billion annually in OPEX. And not one person sitting around this table has come up with a budget to pay for that. Notwithstanding that, there have been some quite interesting projects that have come up. One of the projects in my waters is a shared path for cycleways to link from Paurikau down to Oakland Road, which is quite important for the safety of students going to and from Hangaia School and ACG Strathallan. The success of that particular pathway is that it is grade separated. It is off the road corridor, and you've got that wide shared path which has been built to provide for conveyance of cyclists and pedestrians well separated from the road. Is that the first priority to entice people to cycle ahead of the Tim Tams on the road corridor, or are we having to reallocate the road corridor with the Tim Tams because it's perceived to be an effective way of doing it and probably a cheaper way?
I think it will depend on the use you're expecting. So for instance, in your case, you are targeting school children, so a wide shared path can work quite well for that with school children. But if you're targeting people to commute, then having a separated facility from pedestrians is ideal. So being an on-road protected cycleway will work better for commuting cyclists so they can go faster without having to worry about pedestrians, and so that people who are disabled or might get thrown off balance don't get scared by cyclists going past them really fast. So in general, we encourage a separated facility and having pedestrians, cyclists kept separate for that reason, and I know the disability community really don't like shared paths for that reason. But the Tim Tams and the road reallocation is a lot more affordable than a shared path.
Okay, so just coming to the affordability, so Auckland Transport's cycling and micromobility program business case, if implemented, achieves, I think, a reduction of approximately 22,000 tonnes of carbon emissions. That's going to be quite a hard program to deliver just from a financial perspective. But 22,000, it's nice, but it's not particularly, it's not a real big game changer in the context of our broader carbon emissions. So, are we sort of wrapping this argument up about abating emissions as well as safety and placemaking within the community? Are we having to basically throw everything into the pot to justify this? Because if it was based solely on abating emissions, some of the returns for that funding are pretty modest. 22,000 tonnes abated is not much. No one else around here has come up with a way to increase the amount in a paid way, funded way. So we're trying to understand how do you get from 22,000 emissions reduced to a much higher number funded in a budget. I haven't heard it from anybody, so if you've got some good ideas, I would like to hear it.
I can't speak to the number of emissions. That's something I would have to look into. But I will tell you is that the transport emissions reduction pathway has already been committed to by this council, and it sets out a way to reduce those emissions from transport, and it includes the need to supercharge walking and cycling. It includes higher investment in cycling to achieve that reduction. And that's all part of achieving the Auckland Climate Plan and your targets by 2030. So that's all stuff that you've already committed to. It's not new stuff from me. The other thing is that cycleways, when you do the cost-benefit analysis, they almost always have a really high benefit to cost ratio. So 10 to 1, 10 benefits for $1 invested, sometimes as high as 25 benefits to $1 invested. Really high benefits, and that's because of the emissions reductions as well as the health benefits, as well as the safety benefits and the environment, the wider environment. So there's less runoff into the roads. There's just so many benefits from cycling, and I do think that should all be considered as part of your investment. At the moment, our transport budget invests something like 1% into walking and cycling as a whole, and that is ridiculous. That is vastly underfunded. So yes, you won't realise the gains that you need without increasing your investment. And to meet your commitments, you do need to increase your investment. The UN for the Environment suggests 20% of the transport budget towards walking and cycling. So you can see the vast amount that it is underfunded at the moment.
Okay, last question, Chris.
Thank you, Fran. This is a really difficult place that we find ourselves in. I thought we had some real momentum in this city on creating a safe Auckland transport system, but we're really up against it at the moment. So Auckland Transport is very aware of its purpose, the board is, and while I'm not a director here today, I can't help but think of what I'm learning from that side as well in the equation. But its core statutory responsibility is to contribute to ... a safe transport system in Auckland. Are you saying that first question, are you saying that we are at risk of not meeting our statutory responsibility under law as we're currently tracking? That's my first question. You'll see that the cycle count numbers have been slightly reduced, and there's a note to that, note 8. It indicates that is entirely due to funding. Mm-hmm. It's entirely due to funding. And that's from the GPS and the Regional Land Transport Plan of the LTP. So the second question is, are you advocating to us today to correct this problem on cycling, safety, that's the other part, by addressing the financial question? Or are you saying do it within the envelopes that are already identified? So two questions there.
Yep, so definitely need to increase the investment that is going into walking and cycling as a whole, and that is on this council to do that. Auckland Transport can only deliver if they are giving the funding to do so, and it can be done cheaply with the programs that exist if you prioritise those programs for funding. But there does need to be more investment. And I'm sorry, what was your first question?
Yeah, the first question was, under the legislation that establishes Auckland Council in 2009-10, it identifies the purpose of Auckland Transport, and it says that it must contribute to a safe transport system, generally those words. So do you think Auckland Transport and therefore Auckland Council is, by the funding allocations, is ensuring that we are contributing to a safe transport system across Auckland at the current funding levels?
I think that if Auckland Transport and Auckland Council are not standing by the Safe Speed program that you have won awards for and finding as much way as you can to keep as many safe speeds as you can, then you really are not holding by that statutory requirement. There is more that you can do. As we've seen from Hamilton, Hamilton has done quite well at protecting its safe speeds. They're only rolling back 3. AT has put forward a list of 1,000 streets. There is more that you can do to try to protect that program and to find loopholes, ways to work with the minister to ensure that you can keep as many safe speeds as possible. If you do not take those steps to try and do that, then I would say, yeah, you are failing your statutory requirements.
Okay, thank you. Someone like to move that the be received. Thank you, Richard. Seconded, Julie. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And against, carried. Thank you. Great to see you again.
Kia ora. Thank you.
Okay, we have no local board input. We have no extraordinary items. The next item up is approval of shareholder comments on Auckland Transport Draft Statement of Intent. So Trudy and Claire, welcome.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Trudy Father tōku ingoa. I've been working on the draft statement of intent for Auckland Transport and quarterly reporting as Claire was away in April, so we're pleased to have her back today. So first, where we are in the SOI process, Council's expectations for Auckland Transport were approved by this committee in February, and following that a letter of expectations was sent by the Mayor, which included direction common for all CCOs and those specific for Auckland Transport. Chair Richard Leggett introduced the draft SOI to this committee at your meeting last month, and then there was a joint committee workshop on the 16th of April which discussed proposed shareholder comments on draft SOIs for all CCOs. The report on the agenda today reflects the workshop discussion. So firstly, the general feedback for all CCOs is that their final SOIs align with annual plan decision making, that they reflect the Better Value Projects program, commitment to group shared services, set out milestones and key capital programs to report on, and include in the SOI a summary of how the needs and aspirations of Māori have been reflected in the CCO's planned activities and deliverables. So on specific feedback for Auckland Transport, I'll take the report as read and just provide a short summary of the changes requested to the SOI proposed as Council shareholder comments. In the strategic alignment and key policy section, the proposed feedback is that Auckland Transport and their SOI show alignment between Kia ora Tamaki Makaurau and Ka Tupu Ka Wana, which is their new Achieving Māori Outcomes plan, that they make reference in the appropriate sections to the transport emissions reduction pathway, and that they expand on how they're addressing the challenges of resilience and reducing harm. For transport reform, the proposed feedback is that the current area in the work program on governance and advocacy should be refocused to preparing for transport reform and include commitment to delivery of any early reform actions. To effectively support council in their reform work, Auckland Transport will need to share information early and on a timely basis and develop the RLTP 2027 working with the council. And with changes to transport decision-making being signalled through the reform, it is particularly important that the SOI reflect the need for engagement of local and regional elected members on key issues and projects at the very earliest stage. So for the rest of the SOI work program over the next 3 years, a summary of the proposed feedback includes first seeking that project milestones are included for all the deliverables listed in the SOI, that specific deliverables are included for how Auckland Transport intends to improve how it listens to and responds to Aucklanders, that council seeks a lift in deliverables and targets for dynamic lanes, special vehicle lanes and smart intersections, and seek measurable deliverables to reduce costs and impacts of TTM and set out the pathway to full implementation of the New Zealand Guide to Temporary Traffic Management. More detail on CRL infrastructure works and enablement and network integration activities is sought. And council wants to see deliverables on Auckland Transport's work to reduce its cost to the council and their activity to grow non-rates revenue. And deliverables on the length of cycle lanes and new footpaths are sought to be included in the SOI. So lastly, on performance measures and targets, noting that Auckland Transport will provide a supplement to the SOI which sets out the definitions and methodology for performance measures. Auckland Transport had removed the operational greenhouse gas emissions reduction measure from their draft SOI. This is due to Audit New Zealand's concerns around the accuracy of Scope 3 emissions reporting, both in the baseline and in the actual results, which are reliant on supplier information that is not always accessible or available. So the proposed feedback is to request an operational emissions measure in the SOI that includes Scope 1 and 2 emissions. There's also feedback proposed on several of the targets. This includes asset condition, seeking that the target for the proportion of critical assets in poor or very poor condition is maintained at a minimum of 17% over the period of the SOI. On customer perceptions, council does not want to expect to see a reduction in the target trajectory from the current SOI. And in addition, council seeking that the work noted to develop a new measure in this space should wait until after transport reform is progressed. On public transport boardings, council would not like to see a reduction in the current target trajectory, particularly in the context of the CRL opening next year. On bus priority delivery, as mentioned earlier, council expects that the target would be increasing over the period of the SOI, as there's a strong focus in this area. For cycle counts, council would like to see a retention of the targets in the current SOI. And on Māori procurement, Hokura strongly advocates that the target trajectory percentage of procurement spend through Māori-owned businesses is retained as in the current SOI. So when I say that, I mean the 24-27 SOI, which that would set the procurement spend at 4% for next year, rising to 5% thereafter, rather than the 3% target set in the draft SOI. And we also note that Auckland Transport have included a new measure on the timeliness of program delivery, which is welcomed. So that's thank you, Chair. That's my summary of the proposed shareholder comments. But happy to take questions.
Thank you, Trudy. And just a reminder, this is all about our comments. So, someone like to move? Thank you, Chris. Seconder. Thank you, Lotu. Okay, so questions, Chris.
So, thanks, Judy and Claire. So just want some clarification. So when you're saying that the council wants these measures, say, cycle count measure, to go back to what was originally proposed, you're not mentioning how Auckland Transport might do that, and in other areas also that are where they're financially constrained. How do you think Auckland Transport will be able to deliver those on those measures, on those outcomes, unless there's a corresponding increase in the allocation of budget? Are you saying that there's an expectation from the council to achieve all that, ABC, but there shall not be, but do it within your envelopes, do it within your OPEX and your CAPEX?
We do note that the cycle counts above and exceeding the current SOI targets, so it does seem somewhat surprising that Auckland Transport have reduced the target trajectory for next year, and noting Council's direction in the letter of expectation, which is about sort of low cost delivery of infrastructure to support public transport and cycling.
Look, with my other hat on, the board I've quizzed this at the board very hard, and it has become very evident to me that it is funding related. And that's why the note is there on that reply from the chair. Note 8, it is funding related. So I'm really struggling as a councillor to be saying, change this number, but there is no funding to do it. It is very clear. This has been well examined at the board. It is a funding constraint. You can only do so much.
I think, as it says in the report, we do question why there is a reduction in the target. We accept that there is a funding change, but as it is already exceeding the current SOI target in their latest quarterly report, is it actually still delivering even within the current funding? And we're seeking clarification and I guess a bit further justification that the measure reduction is actually appropriate. And it may have been discussed and canvassed at the board, but it's not evident to council. We haven't seen.
So the staff have obviously, prior to coming to this meeting, you would have lots of exchanges, talking to lots of people. So when you ask those questions of Auckland Transport senior staff, what did they say about that?
Apologies, I have been away. I think what we have signalled to them is that they've said that they are going to provide this additional addendum, which will be clearer on the methodology and the rationale, and we have said, well, we'd like to work with you and understand that more. We are questioning it at this point. We haven't seen that yet.
Sorry, you haven't seen what?
So there was, my understanding is that there is going to be more rationale provided on the methodology and the assumptions and how things are calculated, because there have been some confusion on that in the past, and we have been asking for that. But I haven't yet seen that document.
Okay, and the question of funding, what was their response to the point that's been raised or put on record by the chair in his reply under note 8, I'm repeating that, about funding? What was the reply to that? So I'm putting you on the spot here, but this is really important.
We lacked the detail on how the funding changes have flowed through into the proposed changes on cycle counts. As you say, there's quite a high-level note, but we've not received the detail that sits behind that.
And you have asked for it. There's a record. If I went in Lagoimid, the exchanges between your office and Auckland Transport, I would find record of discussion asking for the rationale the funding detail, etc.
Well, I think what you'll find is once we have your shareholder feedback approved, that we do want to clarify and seek this question, we will then have it on record that, you know, we are formally asking. At the moment, we have had informal conversations around the targets and the measures, but the shareholder feedback in the letter is saying we are seeking further clarification on this, and that is where we will get back.
Okay, I'll ask Auckland Transport when they come for their section to explain their point of view, because I think if we could just examine this particular area, we probably will understand other areas of Auckland Transport's work as well and the challenges.
And just to remind in the process, we will be coming back after we have had these discussions to approve a final SOI. And in that SOI, we might say, look, we've had these conversations, we are comfortable, and we support Auckland Transport's final. But at the moment, we have not got that information. And so we are seeking further clarification based on the evidence that we've got in the quarterly reporting. They are exceeding additional targets, and so we would like to understand that further.
Thank you.
Thank you. Julie.
Thanks. Something I'm trying to understand is something that I raised when they came to the April trick around this, and acknowledging that what we're doing today is we're discussing in public and confirming our comments back to them. Is that, you know, I raised some stuff around safety, and I'm concerned that I don't feel like that has been captured sufficiently in the report so far. So I'm wanting, I guess, a bit of clarity from you as officers as to what your intention is around our comments on an increased focus in safety based on the conversations to date. Thanks. In terms of the comments we're taking back to AT.
Safety is included in their number 6 focus area, and we have sought to for them to provide milestones on their delivery in this work. Apologies if we didn't pick up appropriately your particular concerns, councillor.
Is that the only comment that we're going back to them with at this point?
We've also highlighted in their strategic alignment section, they they outline the challenges in the LTP, and one of them is around reducing harm, and we've asked for some further detail in that commentary on their work and focus.
Okay, I guess I just want to indicate, Chair, I would like to see us give stronger feedback in that space. I wonder if it's appropriate to seek an amendment, putting that in, but happy to have a little chat to you about how we might do that. One of the things I raised it's not a question, so I'll stop now.
Okay. Angela.
Thank you. My question was just following on from Councillor Darby, so it might be in the information that you don't have. In terms of the funding for the cycling, do you know if it includes the climate action targeted rate? Is that one of the components that makes up how we fund the emission reduction and the DSI targets from cycling numbers?
As the draft SOI didn't have the financials in it, I can't answer that question. Auckland Transport would need to provide.
We're really interested to understand it because there's been a question around where does the money come from? Well, the money comes from the climate action targeted rate and from reprioritisation of existing budgets, which have been challenged because we needed to align with the government's policy statement. So I'm interested in that climate action targeted rate component, as it is a risk because local boards can turn down the project. A local board turned down $14 million for a safe cycleway. If Auckland Transport thought that that was going to help their numbers, it certainly wasn't. So I'm interested to know if that's part of the component of the makeup of those targets. Thank you.
Morris.
Yeah, look, it's reasonably fortuitous that Bike Auckland came and presented, and I've just been looking through some of their slides. They're quite strong in every one of their slides that TERP needs to be included in the SOI. And I'm pretty much agreeing with them. TERP's the biggest expenditure that we've ever put onto any CCO. It's just huge. But we haven't funded any of it. And we're going to expect them within 4.5 years, remember that, 4.5 years to 2030, we're going to expect them to have met, I would have originally said heroic assumptions. Now I'm going to call them ludicrous. We've asked them to do a 550% increase in the number of public transport users. This council voted on it in August 2022. I wasn't here, but you voted on it. We've asked them to take the number of people in micro-mobility from 1% of the travelling public to 13.
You got a question on this one?
Well, the question comes like this. In any business where you've got a target in 4.5 years, why is there not a table of what that percentage is for each of the years through to 2030? So we know what it looks like. Because we're going to hold AT to account for deliverables, and yet we are saying nothing about how it's to be funded. We're saying nothing about how impossible, absolute halving of the vehicle kilometres for the private car fleet. Well, if we're genuinely serious about it, and Bike Auckland seem to think we should, why are we not including a specific set of tables, 26, 27, 28, 29 and 30, and what those percentages have to be? Because otherwise, I think it's disingenuous. I'm really keen to know why we haven't put those TERP targets in here.
No, you turned off your microphone.
Through the chair, this is AT's SOI, so we don't put in their targets and the measures. They recommend them to us and we comment on them. What we have said in the feedback is that they should make reference to TERP. We haven't said that they should achieve the targets or stuff. There is stuff, as I understand it, in TERP that can be implemented and considered. And so, you know, we're asking AT to come back on that. TERP is a council position and a policy position. If you do not wish to include that, then that is you as a shareholder's decision to make. We as officers are just noting what is council's position, an agreed position, and asking for alignment and consistency and reference. That decision is yours. We do have Imran from the Transport Strategy team available to, if there are specific questions around TERP, who could come to the table and answer them.
I guess to try to get that question really clear, if we're going to say to any organisation, we expect you to deliver on the following, and it's very specific what we're asking of you, then why is it not in the statement of intent how, over the next 4.5 years, they can achieve that, and what funding will be required for them to achieve it, and what budget we will provide them to do it? Otherwise, it's a pipe dream. I could make up even bigger numbers and say, we want you to be 5 million%, and it does nothing. It doesn't even rustle the leaves on the tree if we don't have it in their statement of intent.
So we have asked to have it in their statement of intent. We have asked to have reference to it.
But what does that mean? Referencing, just say, oh, and by the way, there's TERP. That can be referencing it. I'm talking about hard numbers, specific targets that we've set that, in my view, and I'm happy to take anyone on bets for this, not even close to doable. But I hear AT regularly saying, well, of course, we have to be cognizant of TERP because we've been given this direction from the mothership. Well, if the mothership's giving that direction, that should be in the SOI. Well, that's what we are.
Okay. And your microphone's still on, Claire.
We can be more specific in our feedback if that is what the council would like. This is this is your opportunity to provide us, as the shareholder, to provide us with the direction that you would like included.
Billy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you both for your presentation. The Māori Impact Statement highlights that CCOs have considerable potential to enhance Māori wellbeing and support the goals of Auckland Council. Among other key recommendations, Haukura continues to strongly advocate for the inclusion of a 5% Māori procurement target in AT's final SOI. It's tangible and a practical step that enhances the economic prosperity of Māori. Despite AT's response, we do not believe the rationale provided justifies a potential exclusion of this commitment. So, given the clear direction from Haukura, what specific steps will AT take to overcome potential internal barriers to ensure a clear pathway to achieving the 5% procurement target?
Auckland Transport provided some additional information about their Māori procurement program that supports that target. They point to particular success in the capital program work and have highlighted that they need to focus on more in the professional services area of procurement, which I understand that they are looking at in terms of their feedback on that request.
Okay, because, I mean, even as a guide, going over a 3-year period, going from 3 to 4 to 5 seems quite attainable, especially when we're over 3 already, heading actually towards 4, with the financial year for the organisation not yet complete. So I guess what we're asking is that incremental type, if you can't hit it on the first year, push the boat out a little and maybe go for 3, 4, 5. Is that doable?
That is what we are asking of them. It is for them to come back and comment on that.
Okay. It's a good informal pressure mechanism, so ka pai.
Okay, the next Brown, Mayor.
Okay. Just a quick one. I mean, the thing's 48 pages long, and it's sometimes easy to miss bits and pieces. And I've got to sign the damn thing. On point 22 of your report, Auckland Transport specific comments, it lists a lot of things which I think are what we want to have them taking place. Can you confirm that the 48 pages are in agreement with that, with most of those, or all of those, hopefully?
Yes, look, we looked at the letter of expectation against the draft statement intent and checked through that Auckland Transport had addressed the direction and the letter of expectations, and they broadly have. Where there more work is required or more emphasis required is picked up in the shareholder comments. For example, I note that point under point 3 around improving how they interact and listen to Aucklanders, and there's some feedback about asking for some more specific deliverables in that area to reflect their work.
Thanks. So I can sign this and feel comfortable that those are showing up in there somewhere or other. It's just got rather long now, and they used to be sort of a letter, but now they've become a book in which you have to hunt for clues. And I have missed some sometimes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chris Fletcher.
Oh, thank you. I want to just come back with a supplementary following on from Councillor Williamson. And I ask it in the context of the award that you have just won as the team winner for CCO governance core projects. But I'm genuinely interested in terms of us at a governance level using all the tools in our toolbox to ensure accountability. Do you believe that what might be perceived as ambiguity around the TERP could be leading to a lack of clarity and further ambiguity? So I'm just trying to understand, and certainly as the mover of this, that we adopt it, whether you feel there are inherent weaknesses, because some criticise CCOs. I actually favour CCOs as long as we're using all the tools in the toolbox. So could you give us some guidance on those things that you feel we should be doing to prevent failure in terms of expectations?
I think with regard to, you know, one of the keys to the success of the CCO model is council providing very clear strategic direction and the expectations that we want our CCOs to deliver. There is and has been debate around the TERP. I think we probably do need to be very clear, or shareholders need to be very clear what we are expecting Auckland Transport to deliver in that space. And maybe it might be more appropriate to invite Imran, who is, you know, a bit more across that strategy than I am.
I would welcome that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Imran Rashid, Principal Transport Advisor, Transport Strategy, Auckland Council. Regarding your question about TERP, I totally agree with Councillor Williamson. This forum needs to give direction to Auckland Transport. What we understand from staff to staff collaboration is that there is funding constraints, the targets have been quoted as too ambitious. So if we want to add them into the SOI, the process should start with the Mayor's letter of expectation.
So in terms of guidance, if there was a majority today that was wanting to bring greater clarity to that, what advice would you be giving us?
Well, first of all, there needs to be political support and buy-in that these are the targets. So we need to go back to how TERP started. This was the response to Auckland's climate plan. So there is 46% of transport emissions that need to be reduced. And the way to achieve that was the TERP. So TERP is the answer to that. TERP tells you what needs to be true by 2030 and 2050 for us to be able to achieve that. Just to remind you all, it is still a council policy. We as staff of Auckland Council have to remind Auckland Transport at every given opportunity what needs to happen. When it comes to providing money for it, funding, that is this forum, political buy-in and clarity coming from the letter of expectation from the Mayor himself, advising Auckland Transport that in your next year's SOI, you need to achieve this. And then we can have a discussion with Auckland Transport to explain where the money is going to come from or not. Or at least we can provide further direction to AT and to you.
Has there ever been provided at a governance level, line-by-line items to give a full scope to the budgetary considerations if we were to give full support to the TERP within our statement of intent with Auckland Transport? Because if it's been given to us, the quantum, it hasn't come by my desk because I've looked for this on occasions. Are you aware of a breakdown of costs that would perhaps remove that ambiguity?
To the best of my knowledge, no, but I leave that with our finance people to answer. But at a staff level, the collaboration we've had with Auckland Transport, we have been advised quite categorically that the current funding environment does not allow Auckland Transport to achieve the objectives of the TERP. So just a reminder again, TERP is not a target-based document. It is a strategic direction that tells you what needs to be true if you want to achieve the objectives of net zero by 2050 and 64% reduction out of that 46% by 2030. So it highlights it's a multifaceted approach. There is a lot of work that is already happening within Auckland Transport that is working towards achieving those goals. And what we as staff remind Auckland Transport all the time at every given opportunity is what best can be done within the money that is available. If there are specific funding constraints, I'll leave that to the chair of Auckland Transport and the CEO of Auckland Transport to come and talk to you about what are the funding constraints that they are facing, but that's the answer we've been given.
So, while I understand it's aspirational, I'm also wanting very clear accountability from the boards of Auckland Transport and the performance of Auckland Transport more generally. And this seems to me an impediment in building a good relationship and trust. So I'm wanting advice from you how we can further advance, through our CCO model. How can we further advance this that it will satisfy? I mean, we might all have a different perspective around the table as to what we expect from our CCOs, but certainly in my expectation, I want to know with crystal certainty what they're going to be doing by way of performance. As we appoint board members, how do we evaluate the performance of our board members when we, from my perspective, personal perspective, there's inadequate information for me?
That's a great question. What I would suggest from my experience of working with Auckland Transport, this task from this forum needs to be given back to AT to develop an implementation plan and come back to this committee to say, this is where it needs to start, this is where the hurdles are, this is where the funding constraints are, this is where the lack of resources in terms of people capability is. And then when they present that analysis in front of you, then you can make a decision, what is that you can do to help them? And if you can't help them, at least it is documented, it is registered, that this is not going to happen because of this, this, and that.
I really appreciate your response.
Thank you. Daniel?
A couple of things. Yes, and good morning. And I do agree with trying to hold to the existing target for assets that are falling into disrepair. I think it's quite important that we do that. I'm reading from the board, Auckland Transport's board paper from the February this year. The cost of delivering the VKT reduction program was estimated at between 20.5 and 28.8 billion in capital, plus a further 1 billion annually in operating from 2036 onwards. Most of these costs were additional to the costs set out in the 2021 RLTP. I'm really struggling with how this whole conversation around the TERP has to be landed, because from what I can see, there is an argument that we have to continue to reference a TERP in the statement of intent, but there seems to be a tacit acknowledgement that it is an unfunded mandate, and nobody has come up with it. I mean, we can't even find $7 million around this table, apparently, for operating savings for major events, let alone the sort of operating and capital cost that would have to be funded for to meet the VKT reduction program. So are we conceding that Auckland Transport are going to have to be held to this reference of TERP because we've endorsed it, but we haven't paid for it? And we can have a conversation with Auckland Transport around how they're going to implement it, but we agree that they haven't received the funding, won't have the funding anytime soon, and quite possibly will never have the funding.
I think there are two things, as you allude to. One, it is council's policy, so we do need to require alignment with it. There are aspects of TERP that they are implementing and progressing, and so that can fit within that framework of please reference what you are doing and making it clearer. If we are not saying in our shareholder feedback in this letter that we would like them to meet the targets, but I do think there probably does need to be a conversation and maybe a paper coming back to this committee on the targets and how we as a council and with AT think we're going to make them or not make them, and some decisions around that to provide the guidance that is necessary.
I read further from that paper. The TERP still remains extant to the council as council direction, particularly as the council retains its overall objective of achieving a 50% reduction in Auckland's greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, including 64% reduction in transport emissions. But the same paragraph says that, however, the TERP implementation expectations also need to be seen in the context of other council decisions and directions, i.e. that we haven't funded it. So, and nobody's coming up with a budget to fund it, including some of the strongest advocates for it. So when do we have that conversation? When does that advice come back? Because it's the same question of Mr. Leggett shortly. We just simply are putting this document on Auckland Transport desk and saying, this is a TERP. But that's it.
Yes, you are. That because it is still council policy. If you would like a paper or something further to come back to this committee for that conversation, that is your decision.
There'll be a discussion as to whether it goes to the policy committee or this committee. Next up, Richard, speaking of policy.
Thank you. I guess there's a lot of TERP denial or something going on. But the issue is, am I correct?
Point of order, I'd like to understand what TERP denial means and whether I'm part of that, because I think that the discussion that I've been participating in, I don't think I'm denying it, I'm just wondering how it's going to be funded. So I take some offence at the
Councillor
concept of denial.
Councillor Newman.
Wait, stop.
Yeah, if I clarified every barb you threw across
Richard.
the table. Yeah.
Mate, so what were you asking? You were asking a response to your question, Daniel?
Well, I take offence to the reference of TERP denialism immediately after me, because I'm not sure if that's a reference towards me, but I have great concern about the policy direction here. I'd like to see
This is not a point of order, Chair.
Okay, well.
Yeah, let's just stay, we expect other people to abide by all the rules all the time, so let's just remain calm. Daniel, what is it that you were...
Let him go, just have a...
Okay, so question, Richard?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and I didn't question the statements he was making about other councillors. The Transport Emissions Reduction Plan was approved by Auckland Transport before Auckland Council, wasn't it? Including endorsing TERP's 11 transport areas of focus for emissions reduction in Tamariki Makaurau. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
So before we approved the TERP, Auckland Transport approved the TERP. We unanimously approved the TERP. 4 councillors voted against certain parts of that. Isn't that correct?
I would need to go back to look at the minute to check that.
And we, in those reports, we instructed, so on the paper, the council instructed Auckland Council and Auckland Transport to embed implementation of the transport emissions reduction pathway through these activities, blah, blah, blah. So at the moment, this is our policy. And if you go back to the minutes of Auckland Transport's policy. Is that
correct?
And the 11 objectives, although we are not doing them as fast as we said, so if you go to them, supercharge walking and cycling, increase public transport, prioritise sustainable transport, reduce travel where possible, build up, not out, encourage low emissions public transport, efficient freight services. Those are all happening, just far slower than we would like. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that is why, as I have said, there is quite a lot of activity that we are doing to support TERP. It is just not articulated in that way currently, and I do think by asking Auckland Transport to reference it, it is actually bringing and highlighting that good positive work that is happening. There is debate around the level of funding and our ability to meet the target, but it is a pathway that that council has signalled it is on.
Thank you. And as part of the issue, because obviously I'm gutted about some of the targets in there, but and I know there's been discussion from councillors about funding, but my understanding is from the approvals through the post-GPS, which significantly reduced budgets in all these areas, we then put over $500 million of our funding in to 100% fund some of these projects, right? That's correct?
I would need our finance colleagues to confirm that, but that's my broad understanding. But
because I think, Chair, and I guess it's hard because it's not AT at the table, but there was one comment for the GPS would have meant our footpaths would not be upgraded for 300 years until we put 100% funding of some of that. So I guess isn't part of the issue the dramatic reduction in walking, cycling, public transport infrastructure in the GPS that is hamstringing us partially?
that is my understanding, yes.
And we did make some big calls by 100% funding over $500 million worth of additional projects.
As I said, I would need finance to completely confirm that, but
Plus the climate targeted rate.
yeah.
So I guess maybe it would be good to have a workshop on this, but I, Chair, have asked this committee and other committees throughout this whole term, okay, what exactly do people want? Because that is that confusing thing. The last question I'll have is, and I know it's Waka Kotahi Ministry of Transport, not us, but isn't the whole roads of national significance budget completely unfunded? Like as in every road that gets put forward? It's in our RLTP noted and it's in the NLTP, but as far as I know, there's no funding.
I'm not sure they can, so I get where you're going, but I'm not sure, this is not an SOI question, this is so let's bring it back to what we're doing.
But I'm just trying to understand that all projects through transport are technically unfunded until you move through the 10, 20 years to fund parts.
Yeah, and that's not a new thing. So that's swings and roundabouts, isn't it? So just before we move on, just had a request for electronic link for Joe Bartley. I'll move. Someone like the second. Thanks, Richard. Those in favour say aye. Against carried, so we can let her in. And so no more questions. And just remind everybody as to the resolutions up there that this is a part of a longer process, and the C is an interesting one where the staff are taking notes of things that are raised today. It'll go back, the mayor will write a letter, AT will respond formally. So, okay, so if you can step back, any debate? Okay, Julie.
Thank you. Yeah, obviously I asked some questions about safety, but I did just want to add to those, mindful of C and the inability to really phrase those as a legitimate question. I think what we see in the next item, which is the quarterly update, is how focused there is on AT responding to what we put in the statement of intent, or what they put in their statement of intent. So these comments that we're sending back now as the shareholder to get that statement of intent right are really important. And the fact that we have so little in there at the moment on safety in their draft is of deep concern to me. We frequently have conversations at this committee and in workshops about how we want more focus on safety, concerns about deaths and serious injuries. And that plays out over a range of areas of activity for Auckland Transport, not just things that necessarily have a big flashing sign that says safety next to them. So I wanted to speak to reiterate that and make sure that that is captured in our shareholder comments, because otherwise we will get quarterly updates that do not address safety. And we just can't have that. As Councillor Darby pointed out, one of the core purposes of a transport system, moving people around safely, and that just absolutely has to be in there. I did want to make a quick comment on TERP because it has come up, and I think some of the discussion we've just had, I'll shorten my comments as a result. But I would note that TERP is also about processes, not just projects. And it's all very well to say that specific projects are unfunded, but actually a lot of the processes that we are seeking in terms of transformation in the way that AT works and in the way that other parts of council work, because it's not just a document for Auckland Transport, are changes to how we do business. And they don't necessarily, they may need a relatively modest budget to achieve that change. Transformation always costs a bit, especially in transition. But they're not, some of these are very small ticket items and things that are actually already underway, things that are funded by Qatar, that kind of stuff. And finally, we have repeatedly had advice that carrying through with TERP is cheaper than the alternative. That mitigation and adaptation to climate change is cheaper than actually just letting it rip. And so if we're going to talk about cost, if we're going to talk about things being unfunded, well, actually the damage of climate change to the future is seriously unfunded. And we don't even talk about it. So if we're going to be pedantic about the cost of TERP, let's be pedantic about the cost of not doing TERP as well. And I think we'll find which one is the smallest number by a significant margin, let alone the human cost of not doing that work. Thank you.
Thank you. Morris?
Yeah, look, I'm going to just stick to this one thing again. If you were the board of a large corporation and you said to one of your subsidiaries, here are your targets for 5 years out. I want you to achieve this, I want you to do that, I want you to deliver on this. Then one of the things you would have to say to them is, and the funding for that will be provided by. Because otherwise you'd be saying to a subsidiary a ridiculous target that the management would say, how the hell do we ever do this? And then you can hold them to account a few years later, say, well, we gave you a direction and you haven't done it. What a useless board you are. Now, I want to repeat what was agreed to on the 18th of August 2022. D, instruct Auckland Council and Auckland Transport to embed implementation of the TERP through all of their activities, including future updates to key transport planning and funding processes. And I've got some papers that I've now seen as a board member with the targets of what has been set for them. They're public as well. I think Daniel Newman ran a story in the Herald with some of them. But I'm going to repeat them again, and I want anybody who's prepared to take a bet on with me, you can make a fortune. Because I bet you we can't come within 10% of some of the targets set. The idea that we're going to get a 50% reduction in vehicle kilometres travelled by the private motor car fleet in 4.5 years' time is la-la land. It is total la-la land. The fact that we're going to get a 550% increase in the use of public transport within 4.5 years is la-la land. The fact that you think we will get, let me give you this one, EVs. Currently sitting at about 2.4% of the fleet, we'll have it to 32% of vehicle kilometres travelled by 2030. Not even close to what the current industry is predicting for sales or usage of. Not even like close, but not even on the same scale. And I literally cannot sit here and say, we're going to give one of our CCOs a set of directives that are absolutely impossible, we're going to fund none of it, and then we're going to say you're useless. You didn't deliver. There's more. Cycling and micro-mobility. Bike Auckland should know this. Currently at around 1%. TERP has it to 13%. That's a 1,300% increase in the use of cycling and micromobility in the next 4.5 years. You're dreaming. You are simply dreaming. So what we should be putting into a statement of 10 are goals that we think are achievable, and associated in the columns to that, the sums of funding that would be needed to do it. And then we would be able to hand on heart go out and say to the public, we've got a realistic plan for our climate change with regards to transport, and we've put the necessary funding with it. Because targets like this with no funding are a pipe dream. And I've offered up several times to anybody who want to do it, I'll put 50,000 into a trust fund of a solicitor's account of your naming, and you do the same. And if we meet these targets in 2030, you will make 50,000 of the easiest dollars you've ever made. No one will take me up on it. No one, because you know that we're not going to meet these. You know that we're not even going to meet half these. So why don't we then step back a sec and say to AT, yes, we do want a TERP, but we want a realistic TERP that can be delivered within 4.5 years. Here are your new targets, and here is your funding. Because Councillor Darby made a good point about the bike numbers, which are decreasing in this, to do with funding. So if we are wanting the bikes to increase, then we should be saying this is how much increase we want, and this is how we will fund it. Because we are tying the hands behind their backs of an operation called Auckland Transport, giving them grossly unrealistic targets. And I don't mean grossly, I mean ludicrously unrealistic target. And then we will hold them. They'll come along with graphs one day showing the teeny-weeny percentage of progress they've made on those targets. And we're about to sit here and say, oh, you're hopeless, you're done, you failed to deliver. That's not the way to run a business. That's not the way to run an organisation. I plead with you, councillors, that we put realistic targets into an SOI and we put the associated amount of funding. Now, we may need to, I think the best one would be, I think, Claire Gomez meant, we should go back to AT and said, we would like you to make a proposal of what do you think is realistic and the funding that would be needed to make that happen. Put the ball back in their court now and then have AT come back to this committee, it's a transport committee, so back to this committee and tell us if you really are serious about doing something towards climate change, then here's what you will need to do, or what we will need to, AT will need to do, and there's the funding you need to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Billy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking of goals that are achievable and realistic, Haukura, through the Chair, formally requests that the procurement target of 5% be explicitly included in the final SOI as a matter of equity, accountability, and alignment with Te Tiriti obligations. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela.
Thank you. Look, I agree with Councillor Williamson. I think there should be reference to the TERP in the letter of expectation. I'm not sure that we're going to have the time or we're going to be able to land on targets that everybody agrees on, but there should be a reference to it. Excuse me. We have a lot of strategies. We have a lot of strategies that are unfunded, but we have strategies that guide us in our decision making. And the decision of how to fund TERP is a political one. Politically, we decide not to. Politically, this particular term, we have not been able to fund it as much as we like because we do not have the GPS that matches it. It's a change in government. It has a different direction. We're not getting bang for our buck, so we can't invest as much as we would have. I have asked a number of times for TERP to be returned so we can debate it, so we can talk about it, so we can understand it as a strategy that it is. The strategy that sits alongside the Auckland plan and the climate action plan and every other strategy we have that are not funded, but that set a direction in every decision we make. And when it comes to picking on TERP, that's become a political football because of the targets in it that don't meet the needs or expectations of some of us. It gets too much negative attention for the wrong reasons. We have goals. We have goals that we've consulted on with Aucklanders. They have agreed with a climate action plan. They have agreed with how Auckland Council will fund its budget. We're the ones that decide what money we send to Auckland Transport. We decide not to fund the TERP as much as it needs to be funded. So bring the TERP back and let's just understand what it is. I think there's a general consensus on the direction. There's little agreement, I think, on the targets because they're unachievable, because we're not funding them, because we choose not to fund them. But to do nothing, to lessen it, to reduce the numbers, is not an option. It's just not an option, because we will be telling Aucklanders that it doesn't matter enough. Within TERP, it's not just about emission reduction, it's about safety. There's a lot of stuff in TERP that isn't just about reducing emissions for those who do not appreciate climate change. Don't want to necessarily fund climate change because it's not important right now. I wish we could keep more of a focus on the generations that are coming, that we are the decision makers now for my grandchildren, for everyone else's grandchildren, and let's leave them with a bit of hope and a place where they can do things like ride to school, or road to school. It was a long time ago. People rode to school. At that point in time, you could ride without cycle lanes, without the protective barriers. That's not the case now. The city has grown so much. So the other thing I'd like to say about the funding, and that was my reference to the climate action targeted rate, we need every elected member to be on board. The Manurewa local board was given $14 million to put in a cycleway. They don't want it. They don't want it. We'll give it to another board perhaps if you don't want it. But how about your community? How about the people that do want to ride safely? Another bit of funding from central government that, because of indecision and debating, another, I think, $17 million was turned down by that local board. That's over $30 million a local board turned down that would have contributed to safer streets, not just cycleways. Certainly the Qatar program was a cycleway. It said no. We need all politicians to be on board, whether you like cycleways, hate them, whether you like the thought of reducing emissions or not. It's not just about you, right here, right now. It's about the future. It's about the next lot of people coming through who want very different decision making to the decisions that we make at times. And more power to the people who might put their names up for election and get elected, as challenging as that may be when you're doing it on your own. But more power to them, so we can get a future direction for this city, the vision that we have for this city, which is to be prosperous, which is to be clean, which is to be able to be inclusive to everyone that lives here, continues to come here, how they wish to get around town, and how they can be more of a stronger social fabric, which is certainly what we're missing in all aspects of life in this country at this time. So back to the topic that we're here for today, I would like to see the TERP in the letter, a reference to it. I don't think we'll get to agree on targets between ourselves, let alone ourselves and Auckland Transport. But let's get it in there and let's bring it back and have a debate. I don't know if that happens before this election, but at some point in time, clear the air and get some accountability around the TERP. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken.
Thank you. I just want to have this letter of expectation or whatever it is match practical what's happening out in the communities. You know, I'm sitting here on the side of the road, a road I've travelled all my life. There's very little change to it, less parking, just the same number of cars, if not more, driving down it. But just in front of me, there is 5 vehicles, a whole bunch of guys, some diggers, no one with a shovel. The only thing that's carbon free is the shovel. We've got these targets, which they're unachievable. They're unachievable. It's like we're asking our staff to be a builder. We're asking them to build an optical illusion. It's impossible. And the pregnant pauses in this conversation where the staff will ask questions of how you're going to deliver, and they're just going, oh God. I'm not going to support this. Mr. Mayor, you know, you're right about the 48 pages. There's good stuff in there, but there's bad stuff in there. But anyone who signs that document's going to be strung out and hung up to dry, because we're just not, look, we're going backwards on our targets because of other policies which affect us, like the health and safety policy, which is putting all the people up the road here. So I was just listening to this and I was thinking, I was trying to apply it to the reality that we're living in here on the street, and it doesn't. And the public want that too. Let's get it back on the table, like Councillor Dalton says at some stage, and let's try to get something that everyone. The reason there's no buy-in is they can't see any sense in it. So it's unachievable. It's just the elephant in the room. It's like listening to the Goon Show. I will be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Wayne Brown.
Okay, I'm interested in Article B. I have to prepare a letter to be sent to Auckland Transport containing the shareholders' comments. Well, the shareholders' comments cover a whole rainbow of options from people who are pointing out that some of the expectations which were signed up before I was a mayor are probably undeliverable. We're in an economic climate where there is immense pressure and horrendous numbers of people behind in various payments. So I need a bit of guidance here. We almost need to have a big meeting about climate change and its impact, because climate change is here. I'm convinced of that. I mean, it's when I used to go surfing, in winter it made your hands cold when you put them in, and now it doesn't do that. I don't even wear a wetsuit anymore. Up north has become tropical. People are pulling out, and this is real stuff, they're pulling out various crops that they've had to make their income and replacing them with bananas. A big export honey producer, Manuka honey producer, approached me the other day. Manuka is now flowering all year long, which I thought sort of sounded good, but he said the trouble is there's no nectar. The avocados are not setting because it's not cold enough in winter. That shows that it is here, but on the other hand, there are other people in there who are wanting us to suddenly build up railway lines by 2 metres. Now that's thousands of years away. I've just looked at the CRL, which they've spent a hell of a lot more money than they need to for things that aren't going to happen in 50 years and may never happen. So I need some guidance. What am I going to tell these guys? We're going to spend a whole lot of money we can't get out of ratepayers because they're in trouble to fix a whole lot of things which and deliver things which people's behaviour isn't going to change until they get a fright. If suddenly petrol goes to $20 a litre, we'll be on bicycles. But we're not going to get it by asking them to go on bicycles. It doesn't seem to happen. And so I need a bit of guidance. I've been tough on AT for quite a lot of things, but I'm not going to get tough on them for asking them to do things which are we are unable to support financially, and which the public aren't going to get on and do. But do we ask for the government to whack up the price of petrol to $20 a litre? That'll do the trick. But I don't think they'll be the government for terribly long. I can't even get them to add 2.5% of the cost of a hotel room to provide a bit of fun for us. So I need a bit of guidance here, because that thing there is going to be a hell of a long letter with all sorts of things. Some of us want to do this and some of us want to do that. Ken, who's often confused, is probably right at the moment to be confused. And so I'm not sure. How the hell do I do B? There you go. It's a question for everybody.
Okay, Shane.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, look, I wasn't going to speak actually, but you're a bit alarmed by some of the comments and some of the direction of where things are going. So, look, I think we here know the facts around climate change. There's facts that it's a climate emergency. It's a fact that we need to reduce our emissions and we need to do all we can for our next generation of Aucklanders to actually live in the same level of quality of life that we have. So these are where these targets came from initially. For those of the people that were around here talking about the TERP when it came through, we were doing that based on facts, not politics, not emotions or strongly held opinions, but facts. I've heard here we're going backwards in our targets, and that is why we should reduce the targets. Well, come on. Where's political accountability in that conversation? What is the role? We should be doing what we say we're going to do, and doing right by not just by present Aucklanders, but future ones. If the talk is implementation plans, I'm all for that, but I want that to be grounded in reality, not in politics. TERP was always intended to be woven in as part of a policy document, like any other policy document, to be referenced and to be used in different plans and places and things like that, and that's common stuff. I've heard about the cost of the TERP. I'll just point out the Road of National Significance budget alone is $32 billion. That's not to mention ongoing OPEX for the taxpayers. That's not to mention the ongoing climate costs, which will probably dwarf that, associated with induced traffic demand. So to those that are concerned the targets are too high, that surprises me, because I would be very surprised to hear those same people upset that AT have then not achieved the targets. Haven't heard that one yet. Haven't heard, oh, you should be doing more for bus patronage, you should be doing more for cycling and walking. Haven't heard that one. That will be a welcome first. I'd also remind people of the old saying that if you aim for the stars, you might hit the moon. We should be aspirational and we should be demanding more, and we may or may not achieve the target. I hope we do, but if we don't, we've at least made a better city in the process, have we not? We need aspirational goals to meet the challenges of the climate emergency for our city. And as I say 100 times, to hold our heads up high when we're looking back in our time in public office, talking to the kids and grandkids and all that kind of stuff, that I did the right thing by them. Think of apparently it's a bad thing that we want to be raising cycle counts and walking counts and public transport patronage. Think of a city where we actually did that, where we actually met those goals, or even if we did half of that. Imagine how much less traffic congestion there would be for those that actually do drive. That'd be great. Think of the air quality that we would have. Think of the quality of life that we would have if everyone took more active modes or more public transport, which is the goal of all of this, right? And if money is the issue, then that's a political decision. That's for us to own, isn't it? It's not for us to then reduce targets. So what I'm not going to agree to in this conversation in a million years is the notion that we should set our targets not in reference to the actual needs of the city, but to short-termism and to political appetites, which has been the story of the city for decades in the past. We should be stopping that, and we should be doing what the city actually needs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Daniel?
Yeah, look, interesting. I wasn't going to speak to the totality of remarks, but I think I will. I hope that my colleague sitting to my right is going to furnish us with the savings that we're going to require to implement some of this, but that's what's going to be required here. Otherwise, the TERP will continue to be something which cannot be implemented, and that's what Auckland Transport is having to grapple with. The minute from that meeting in February, the board received the paper on the background to the TERP and its current status. Management confirmed a report is being developed on Auckland Transport's current performance against a 64% emissions reduction contribution, along with recommendations on what can be achieved within the available funding envelope. I think it hasn't been about so much about the targets today, Mr. Chair. It's been about show me the money. How does that get paid for? And I think that, Your Worship, if you're looking for clarity around this, I think what Councillor Williamson has said is right. The letter should be to Auckland Transport. We've set you this unfunded mandate. Can you please give us clarity as to what your best guess can be as to what you can achieve? And what's the difference? And then it's up to us as the shareholders to work out if we are prepared to fund the difference or not. I don't think that we actually have identified $1 of savings or reprioritisation so far for a $7 million events budget, let alone the sort of figures that we're talking about for the operational implementation of the TERP. That's over and above the CapEx. CapEx $20 to $28 billion and $1 billion annually for the implementation. And I do want to, if I may, Your Worship, just thank you, because I'm very disappointed that the Manarewa Local Board has been referenced here today, and I would encourage any councillor sitting around this table to phone the chair if they have an issue with any decisions that the chair or any members of the board might have taken. But you, Your Worship, have been gracious enough to be reaching out and having those discussions with the local board chairs, including the chair of the Manarewa Local Board, and that's great. If people have a concern about the local board's decision making, well, the local board's going to be here next week, and we shall see who will be here to talk to Matt about those issues. I suspect it might be a different narrative. Finally, Mr. Chair, can I just say that Auckland Transport, if anything, that I do not want them to move on with respect to a target, is the condition of the assets. It's very important that we don't slip on the condition of the assets. I don't think that there is going to be any sort of social licence from any Aucklander for that. I admit that that's going to be difficult to be able to hold the line, because that comes up with a funding consequence which is not being addressed properly by NZT. I get that. But I do think that that target needs to be met, and I do implore the Board of Auckland Transport to try and achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you. Wayne.
So I'd like to put an amendment up first, Mr. Chair, before I speak. It'll be seconded by Councillor Lee, and the amendment reads: request Auckland Transport and Auckland Council staff to report to this committee what it believes are realistic measures they can implement and their associated emissions targets, and how they can be delivered and how they will be funded. Now, I'll speak to that now, Mr. Chair, if that's appropriate. What is clear, and other speakers have spoken to this, such as Councillor Williamson, is that the present measures are not realistic. They cannot be met. I'd suggest there's an almost impossibility there. Meeting them requires not just funding and measures on the part of council, but they also require funding and measures on the part of the government. So that goes to implementation. It's critical that we are able to implement. That's critical. Targets. It's clear that we need very real definition around what the targets are. And that is something that I raise on an ongoing basis, because often something around reducing emissions is put up, but we actually have no idea, pragmatically, as to what those emissions are. And sometimes emissions aren't even achieved. So the targets are critical, and so is delivery. That is critical. One of the concerns that I have right now is we have these measures, and there may well be unintended consequences. We may actually invest too much into one project that is delivering emissions, and as a consequence, pragmatically, not balance it out across other parts of the network where we need to reduce emissions. This council and Auckland Transport have a responsibility to a network. When somebody travels from A to B to C to D, it's the whole trip that counts. It's the amalgamation of all sorts of trips across the network. So what follows, if we've got limited budget and we can only achieve so much, that we have to take a pragmatic approach, and that's what this amendment covers off. And lastly, how they will be funded. Now, that is crucial, and we should have some realism about that, and I don't have to repeat the comments that other councillors have made. So there is some urgency around this. Just as an aside on my part, in the first term of council under Len Brown, I led out the climate strategy. That was an effective strategy. It actually had a roadmap that was quite detailed across all manners of transport. I went to Rio climate talks at no cost to council. I funded myself to the Paris climate talks. If ever there was someone around this table that has been committed to these issues for decades, that is myself. So I think that this is a pragmatic way to actually achieving and generating some realism. And I would hope that any councillor that looks at it and reads the parts of it recognises that it's actually really important. We need reporting from Auckland Transport about this and officers, and we actually need it now. Otherwise, we're sending a message out to Aucklanders that is entirely misguided. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. There's some syntax problems. The Secretariat have added Auckland Council into the original resolution that I sent over. If you're going to have that, then in the second line it's got to be they believe rather than it believes, because you've got two organisations now. So on that second line it's got to be they believe, yeah.
I think the mover and seconder is comfortable with that, Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. So Mike is seconded. Do you want to speak to it now?
Briefly, Mr. Chair. I think in the circumstances this is timely and realistic. There's nothing wrong with aspirational goals, but they have to be feasible. So the goals need to be feasible, and that means that would require some benchmarking with other PT cities to see what is actually feasible. This doesn't let Auckland Council off the hook, because I think our leadership in terms of, let's say, public transport has been pretty poor, really. We've sat here year after year listening to the reports every month from AT and asking, soft questions and then moving on. We should be giving a lead to AT, but there's a difference between giving a lead on goals and objectives that are feasible and comparable to other public transport operations in what used to be called the comparator cities in Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch, Sydney, Perth, Brisbane, and so on. There's a difference between that and being a bit delusional. And that can easily happen. The objectives, the inspiring objectives, can be taken as a kind of reality. And I have to say, in one of my early board meetings in Auckland Transport, in my second term, if you like, or third term on the board of that worthy organisation, I was listening to a briefing from one of the managers, and this person said, not once but 3 times, and this is back in late 2022, we are moving people out of the private car and into active mode cycling and on public transport. And at the third utterance, I had to intervene and say, no, we're not. No, we're not at all. And obviously, if you look at the next item on the agenda, you can see the measure of failure here. So I think this is a useful amendment. It means that we listen to a rigorous assessment from AT. That doesn't mean to say AT can stay in its current comfort zone when it comes to, for instance, PT, which is well behind other cities in terms of recovery. We're still way off what we were back in 2019 in terms of public transport usage, and yet the OPEX cost of public transport has gone from 500 million to 700 million, which is just absolutely non-sustainable over the long term, and that's another matter altogether. So I'm happy to support this amendment, Mr. Chair, and I think interaction between this council, this committee and AT over what are feasible goals, because we should not just enable AT to slip into a comfort zone. We should be aspirational. That's different from being self-delusional. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion on the amendment? Julie?
Kia ora. Yeah, I actually support this amendment and will be voting in favour. I just want to add, and I don't think it needs any words, but I just want to speak to that part of realistic measures should also be the cost of not undertaking those measures, and we have previously had some advice on that. And so I'm anticipating that that's the expectation here, that part of the consideration we always have is the do nothing option, and we need to know the cost of do nothing as well. So I will be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
Oh, thank you, Chair. I just wish to foreshadow that in supporting this, I'm very happy as the mover for this to be incorporated into the main motion. I can't for the life of me believe why anyone wouldn't support this. It's just so incredibly sensible. But in speaking, and I only want to speak once in this overall discussion, but I have actually felt really saddened because I think somehow we've polarised this issue. It's all about the moral high ground, who's doing the most and who's... so there's been this emotional factor that's been brought in, and whether it was the intention of some of the speakers or not, I've actually taken great offence today because if I go back in my history, as the chair of the Transport and Environment Select Committee in Parliament, along with Helen Hughes, who was the then Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, I oversaw the inquiry that actually looked into establishing with evidence that there was climate change occurring and that we could actually take some remedial steps in terms of retreat, in terms of what we were consenting, long before what we're trying to fix up now. So I am not a climate change sceptic. And for those of you who think somehow you love your mokus more than I love mine, I have 7, and I care about my grandchildren just as much as anybody sitting around this table, and I want them to have a bright future. I want them to live in a functional environment. So could we please just somehow modify this unhelpful emotional undertone that is here for, well, certainly myself. I am no climate change skeptic, but what I am interested in is how can I use the role that I have in governance to be more effective in my response to it. I am really interested in CCOs. I am really interested in the functionality of the CCO model, and I think that if we were to adopt D, or if it's incorporated into the main motion today, it will give a lot in terms of credibility on what we're signalling. Because if I was on the board of AT, and I have been in the past, I would get really confused about what I was supposed to be prioritising. Is it the infrastructure for electric ferries? Is it getting the grade separation going for the CRL? Because that's going to do a heck of a lot. Is it? I mean, I could go on and on and on in terms of the list that AT directors must be grappling with at the moment and management. So I think the Mayor is right. We need to show some leadership on this. it's a real conundrum for us. And it does, and I see that we have the chair of the budget committee online. This has significant budgetary ramifications. So let's try and bring it into the open. Let's bring a bit of honesty to this. You know, if we're wanting to establish what our priorities are, then we should be unafraid of actually having a really open and transparent conversation on what the priorities should be for Auckland Transport. So, Chair, I'm sure that the seconder of, and she's indicating her support, this could be incorporated into the recommendations today, and I just hope that all of the members of this committee can support it.
We're just working that out as we go.
Also, just while I had the floor, could you give an indication of when you're planning to take a break? Because I certainly would like to have a 5-minute break shortly.
Well, we were sort of trucking along. I thought we'd take a break at the end of the item for lunch because we are 12:15 as we speak. So that's if we can. There's a spur for people. Chris Darby.
I want to get some clarification on realistic measures. Which measures are we referring to for the motion mover or the seconder? Which measures particularly are we referring to?
I really don't think we need to give direction to Auckland Transport around that. We've got Mr. Kimpton in the room. I'm sure he understands what
No, I'm actually asking you. You wrote the words. I'm asking you what measures you're referring to. The realistic measures, because there's a range of measures.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I really don't think it's appropriate to go down this rabbit hole where various councillors go through some sort of inquisitorial response to a mover.
I can provide a bunch if you want.
Hang on. So, Deputy Chair's just made a very sound, and so for us to incorporate this into, and so let's take a 5-minute break so that we can wordsmith this, get everything up. We can then resume with. And so because I wasn't listening. I was fluffing around the top of the rabbit hole, so talking about how we move this around. So I didn't hear what your question was. So let's take a 5-minute break.
Just before you do,
we'll come back.
just before you do, so can we take account of motion C? Motion C encompasses all the questions and discussion that's been raised here today. That's the way it's worded, and it's for Barry and his team to then distill that. So does not this just get captured in the C anyway, Chair?
So yes, and so the process is, Chris, is that the room has to agree if we are going to move this amendment into the main body of the motion to ostensibly make it D. If the room doesn't agree, and so if that's you, but again, we'll take a 5-minute break. We will get that. People can have a chat. They can have a discussion what they want to do. Then when we come back, we will progress along. So that's what we're doing.
Mr. Chairman, during the break, I've just checked with my seconder, Councillor Fully, and we are happy with the change in the wording as proposed.
Okay, so
Through you, Mr. Chair. The mover and seconder aren't happy with that. Those words were carefully selected. Realistic, if you refer to a dictionary, is having or showing a sensible and practical idea of what can be achieved or expected. Attainable is a lot lighter, might refer to a goal, for example. So there is nothing wrong with the original selection that the mover and seconder put up. And at some point in this meeting, and this general process as a body, we need to get away from these semantics and deal with the real world. There is nothing wrong with the original proposition. So if somebody wants to speak to the difference between realistic and attainable, I want to hear from them because, frankly, realistic is better. And it's something that anybody out there can comprehend, including, I would suggest, Auckland Transport.
Okay, so we'll take a breath and we'll go back to your original proposal, your amendment that you put up, and we'll just vote on that. Wayne, if that's what you want.
We're talking about transport measures rather than climate measures. We're just talking about Auckland, not the whole planet. You know what I mean?
Point of order, Chair, and I'm sorry. Point of that clarification. There seems to be several rewriting of an amendment halfway through two debates, and I know that's not your fault. But where do we rule on? If the mover and the seconder have agreed to incorporate that, then technically it's incorporated.
I don't know, I'll have to check with my staff because way beyond my pay grade.
Can we just quit while we're ahead?
Yeah, so hang on, wait. Let's just... Yeah, so let's just keep everything on the level and stop a little... obviously, if that's going to be the case, we just need to try and sort this out. In terms of standing orders, I don't know. I'll have to check in and see where we sit with those because Richard makes a fair point. So why don't we, can I suggest, we break for lunch? Take lunch. And over that lunch, we will get this sorted out. People can complain. We would have broken for lunch at 22 or 1:30 anyway. So let's take the break. And over that time, we will sort out what's going on with the relevant people. We'll sort out what part of the world we're trying to influence or not. And we will come back and we will move on. And that's what we will do. So we will break. Not quite yet. It's still black. And
no,
so,
we're putting red smoke up. Lotto
okay,
and I
so
have
we will be
agreed.
back here at 1:05. How's that? Okay, lunch break.
Yeah, I had my hand up. I wasn't going to call a point of order, and I would have given you the point of order subsection, but I won't. I just wanted to put on the table what happens post this amendment by way of addition. If it gets done, and I know standing orders, I can tell you now, but I'll leave that to latter. What I'm interested in now is post this amendment by way of addition. If it goes through, therefore then it becomes part of the substantive. What happens then in regards to the debate of the substantive, because we're currently debating the amendment. Am I correct in saying that if this goes through with the original from both councillors Walker and Lee, that if it goes through and is part of the substantive, we then go back to the debate? Am I correct in saying that?
Yes.
Thank you.
And you knew that. Another leading question. Because
Sorry,
you know standing orders. Okay.
One more point of order, Chair.
it is?
One more point of order, Chair. I see that I'm the only one on the list to speak next. So am I going to be the only one? I hope some of you guys jump in because it's a bit awkward otherwise. And I just wanted to check, if it's incorporated, I do reserve my right to speak on D. I haven't had the chance to, so that'd be cool.
Your name is next on the list, Shane.
Next. Thank you.
Okay, break. So we will kick off again. If you want to find your seats. Okay, so up on the screen is the original amendment, and to speak to that, Shane.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks, Chair. I'll be brief, but yeah, look, I will support this. I just wanted to point out a couple of really small things, is that suggestions that we lower targets without reference to climate needs of the city, that to me is an offensive proposition. So I just wanted to sort of politely point out that I don't resile from any comments that I've made around emotiveness or whatever. I think it is offensive to say that we're going to reduce climate targets, frankly. And on that note, I'll support this, but not for the purposes of trying to diminish targets through the back door, which there has been some indication of that from previous discussion. I think that would actually be an unintended consequence of that as written. But, you know, I do want to commend everyone for bringing this up at the same time, because implementation is the conversation that we need to have, and we may form different views around how that's going to look, but let's get the information, let's get the data, so it's all good. So that's why I'm voting for this one. And look, I do just have some level of confusion around the sort of timeframes. That might be helpful if we had some timeframes in there. Statements of intent are usually fairly high level. I wonder whether this is the vehicle for this kind of discussion. But, you know, with those massive caveats in mind, I do still say I'm going to support this. So thank you, Chair.
And I think the advice that, so in terms of timeframes, and I've spoken to the instigators of this, very, very difficult for this to be incorporated into the SOI. So it won't be, because it's such a big piece of work. So it sits on the outside, because we have legislative timeframes. We must meet with the SOI, so we won't get that done by July. So this is a conversation that will be had, but we will just we will just carry on with the SOI process. Okay, so Chris Darby.
I just want a clarification, and I did ask the mover, and I was trying to be helpful. I was trying to understand what measures. Now, in the rewording, the word climate was added. Can I just ask, are we talking about climate measures here? Climate/emission measures? Is that what is being discussed? Because there's a whole bunch of measures in the SOI. So can I ask the executive officer, is that the understanding when your team interpret this, Barry? That we're talking about climate/emission measures?
It's more of a question for the mover.
Briefly, if I can respond, transport measures. That's what we're talking about, which are the measures that Auckland Transport implement.
SOI. They can't do anything else.
That's what they implement, that's what they deliver, and that's what we fund.
So it's all the
Yeah, so just...
So it's all the transport measures. We're talking, and no, it is important. So Barry, when this is interpreted by your staff and you see the words, what they believe are realistic measures plural, it's all the measures in the SOI. Is that how you're going to interpret it, or are you going to interpret it like it's you know, the transport measures, of course? How are you going to interpret that?
As measures in the SOI. It doesn't refer to specific measures in the SOI, so it's the SOI measures.
It's all the measures. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
This will not be difficult if this passes, Chair. The minute from the February meeting of the Auckland Transport Board was codified in that way because the Auckland Transport's officers reported to the board. And actually, they reported to the governing body, or committee of the whole, I think 2 years ago on this point, and we just waved it through. We waved through the problem. It would be good to have the problem brought back, because then we will understand the gap between what we say we want them to achieve and what we do not fund them to deliver. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Okay, so there doesn't appear to be any more debate on this, and so if you're unhappy with the wording, you're unhappy of it, you have an option to take. This is just the amendment, and so we are voting on the amendment. So I shall put it. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against? It is carried.
Unanimously, Mr Chair, I observe.
Well done to you, Wayne. Okay.
I get a chocolate.
So
kiss.
it is now added, and so we go back to, I have a speaking list for,
Oh dear, really?
which was still there from when we started, and Richard, you are at the top of that.
Kia ora, thank you. I guess climate change should be and is one of the most emotional issues of our time. So happy to always speak out on this in a scientific way, in a emotive way, whatever sees fit, and I think it's important. But I will say that, you know, a few of us have been trying pretty hard over the last few years to get climate issues up. We hear about funding, but that's why we added a climate targeted rate, which I think had about 70% support from the community, to increase and improve 78 bus routes, about up to over 1 million Aucklanders, and add 10 frequent routes. And Stacey and her team come to us all the time to tell us what they're doing. I think we're up to 42 frequent routes now, and that was funded large. A big chunk of it was the light rail, and sadly, if we're asking to compare us with other cities, they are rolling out light rail and metro, even just to Australia. Go around all the major cities in Australia, they are rolling out those big transport projects which are transforming their cities to reduce emissions. This isn't just about emissions. As we've heard from our presenters earlier in public forum, better cycling, better walking, better public transport helps connect our communities together. It helps make it safer. It helps make parents make a decision. Do I drive my kid a kilometre up the road because it's unsafe, or can I empower them to walk, reducing all those trips that we don't see during school holidays? Everyone knows that during school holidays, traffic drops considerably. Why is that? Because no one's driving their, not no one, but people aren't driving their kids to school because they suddenly feel confident that the transport system enables their kids to do that. This is the type of thing that is in the TERP. It is not scary, it is not surprising. The TERP pathway, and it will be, I guess, a question for the ministers that were part of the last national government who signed up to the Paris Agreement, which is a significantly unfunded plan. The TERP and Te Tarakia Tāwhiri is Auckland's piece of that puzzle. It is scientifically based. It is saying if we want to meet Auckland's transport reduction, it has to meet New Zealand's emissions reduction plan, and it has to meet the Paris Agreement. Are we failing on all those things? Clearly, with the budgets and the GPS and the changes, we are way off track. But the issue is, at 2050, we're somehow supposed to reach that, and the TERP was telling us the types of things, even though they were massively scary, that we would need to do to start shifting that dial. I don't really know why this debate goes round and round. I just want to put more funding into the things that help our plan, help New Zealand's plan, help the Paris Agreement targets that I think only Trump is not agreed to around the world. It is a massive issue. I don't know what a goon show is, but we have to face up to this. This is why I think nearly everyone in the last term signed up to Te Tarakia Tāwhiri, signed up to the climate targeted rate, and signed up to the TERP. Yes, there was 3 or 4 who recorded their votes against parts of those things, but this is not just happening in isolation. And Auckland Transport signed up to the TERP before we did. We did it in conjunction with them. Wayne Donnelly and Adrian Young Cooper were working with us on that. They, I guess we could say, haven't implemented the things they said they would in their resolutions or our direction to them. So, you know, maybe this is part of the Auckland Transport focus back within council with strategy and policy, and maybe it won't be so complex. But it's not just about budget. Project K or Karangahape Road neighbourhood is the same budget, but the new proposal takes away a lot of the walking and cycling and things that were in there at the beginning. That is literally emissions. If there are now cars lined up in the mornings trying to avoid Karangahape Road, if that's what it ends up like, that's increasing emissions. That's reducing the easiness, safety of walking and cycling into that station, which was the same budget. So there are decisions that are made all over the city within budget that remove the walking and cycling, that remove the easy access for buses. Yes, we're well behind on our figures because Kiwi Rail has, rightly so, they had to upgrade the network, but have closed those rail, and we can't make any money on it. So back to the SOI, I think we need to be doing more on safety. We've put $500 million into trying to address the big cuts in the GPS to that, but climate change, it will be good to get some more advice on that because we have to do it. The government's still doing it, signed up to it, and we need to all face up to it together.
Thank you. And those, The Goons was a fantastic TV show that was probably in black and white and you would have never seen. Well, a radio show and TV for some of us youngies, Desley. Chris Darby.
Thanks, Chair. So a lot of points have been raised here today, and in particular, I've heard a lot of my colleagues raise the importance of reframing the SOI through the lens of the TERP and emissions. So I think, and in some ways, the D goes towards that, but of course the word climate is not appearing after the word realistic. And the mover didn't want that. But I want to emphasise, as is consistent with the opportunity that C gives me and all of us, that the questions I raised of staff be referred to, and I'm sure the staff will be going through the tape of this meeting, and the commentary and questions around TERP are referred to and responded to by staff and Auckland Transport. The same with the emphasis on PT boardings and active transport. I support a greater attention there. That's part of my feedback. And also on asset renewals, a major issue for this council and Auckland Transport. So I won't comment in detail about those areas, Chair. I think the staff are looking for a very clear feed on what needs to be followed up with. They will record that feedback and follow up on it. So I'm going to leave it there, and I look forward to that further work.
Thank you, Chris. Alf, did you, your turn.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. And it's going to be so short that you'll be so surprised. This is going to be B, and it is for the mayor. If he would be okay, even his office, if the letter that he prepares and sends to Auckland Transport is also forwarded to us for transparency perspective. Simple as that. Kia ora.
Yep, that's a yes. And so no other. So Christine, do you want to wind things up?
I don't need to exercise my right of reply rather than asking everyone to support this.
Excellent. Okay, Lottie, you all good? Okay, so no more debate. We will put this. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And against? Carried. Right, let's move along to the Auckland Transport Quarterly Report. Remember, this is a look backwards, and just so we're clear, we don't get the monthly update today because it is quarterly report month. Trudy. Oh, so, and just before I go on, so just, we need to stop using the term Project K. Project K is an outstanding and wonderful project from the Graham Dingle Foundation and should not be confused with what's going on in Karangahape Road. So let's just call it something else. I'm sure we can.
It's called it's
actually called people have got all sorts of names for it. So anything but Project K.
Well, it's Special K.
Righty-ho.
Chair, it's actually called the Karangahape Neighbourhood Project.
Oh, that's
it
way
gets
too long.
shortened all the time to something else.
Okay. So there you go. So never to be uttered again in this unless we're talking about Graham Dingle's awesome program, which I think you benefited from, Richard Hills. So Trudy.
Thank you, Chair. This report covers Auckland Transport's performance for Q3, so the period from January to March. There were solid results against their performance measures, and the organisation met or exceeded targets for 18 of their 23 SOI measures. There were particularly strong results for public transport reliability and punctuality, road resurfacing and cycle movements. Procurement spend with Māori-owned businesses has improved and is now meeting the 3% target. Turning to those targets which were not met, following a period of a lower rate of serious road harm in early 2024, there's been a return to high levels of deaths and serious injuries on Auckland's roads. While there have been improvements in customer perception results, with the result up from 27% to 33% in the quarter, the annual result remains below target. Patronage on public transport remains below target, largely due to lower bus patronage than forecast. And occupancy on rapid and frequent transport networks is also below target. And Auckland Transport note that their investigations are underway to understand the causes of lower occupancy on some of their routes. 37 of the 40 deliverables in the SOI are on track or completed, and there's a good summary within Auckland Transport's report on the highlights there. Just noting those not on track, that's growth of non-rates revenue is unfavourable. That's based on lower PT patronage and lower parking revenue than forecast, and lower enforcement revenues due to high compliance across the network. And then, while the result isn't included in this quarterly report, Auckland Transport are signalling their emissions reduction against target is also noted as at risk due to the increase in bus services and greater use of rail replacement buses because of some of the extended closures. Looking at financials, Auckland Transport's year-to-date surplus from operations, excluding depreciation, is 44 million favourable to budget. This favourable variance is driven primarily by lower operating expenditure, which more than offsets that revenue shortfall from PT and parking enforcement revenue. Capital expenditure in the year-to-date is 879 million, which is tracking at 90% of the planned spend. As sought by the council, Auckland Transport have now included milestone tracking in their capital program. So, for example, they report that the kilometres of cycleways completed exceeds plan, but also note that the number of safety improvement projects delivered is behind schedule. So, Chair, that's my sort of a summary introduction to the report, and I note that Dean Kimpton and his executive team members are here to answer any questions on their performance.
Thank you, Trudy. So before we hook into questions for our team, someone like to move? Thank you, Chris. Second. Thanks, Wayne. Okay, so Scotty and Dean, and I think Dean does have to slip away at some stage potentially. Questions, first up, Desley.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Auckland Transport. My first question is around DSIs. I don't think I'd be alone around the table when I'm concerned that our DSI figures have increased. I suppose the good news is that the serious injuries have gone down. But I want to ask you, please, if you could give us any additional insights as to the specifics of what's really happening with DSIs. You mentioned in the paper You mention a risk that Auckland Transport cannot deliver safety infrastructure, and I think I quote, the upward pressure of external factors. I'm going to ask you to be more specific around that, and if you could help us understand exactly what the background to this is, please.
Thank you for that question, Councillor, and I'm going to refer it to Simon Buxton, who leads, and amongst other things, the Transport Safety team. He'll be able to respond.
And just to my colleagues, I actually sent it through in advance, so
Yes.
these guys were prepared for it.
Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you for the question and the observations. As acknowledged earlier in the meeting by some councillors, we are focused on a safe transport network, and to explain what's going on with the DSIs, 2024 had really low numbers of fatalities, so there was really low base. And in 2025, we have seen an upturn in fatalities, but a decrease in serious injuries, as you say. Some of the reasons for that and what's hinted at in the commentary that you referred to is around, there's a few things going on. So we're applying our own rules on the arterials, so we can't go into the arterials as much to put in interventions. That's caused a little delay because we're trying to keep networks moving. We're trying to make sure we've got local board approval and buy-in to some of the things we're putting in. And also some of the primary interventions, we're not funded the same way for NZCA anymore. So there's a few things going on that are meaning there's a little bit of a delay to some of the implementation of the safety measures. And also the way we report is obviously here on a sort of yearly basis, looking at the trends. So that's why you can see the difference between 2024 and 2025. We also do look at things over a sort of 5-year period as well. So there's just a few different things going on there. We're very focused on it. What we don't have yet, because there's a bit of lag in the data, is the reasoning for, say, more crashes and more fatalities. We're looking into that now, and I'll happily come back to this committee with the analysis and the reasons to the trend.
Okay, thank you. Supplementary to that, because what I'm trying to ascertain is an increase of DSIs is because of just pure accidents or because of lack of safety initiatives. I'll make it quite specific. That's my question.
So there is an increase in, say, I don't have all the analysis because there's a lag time, but there's an increase in crashes. We're trying to understand the reasoning behind that, but there is also a lag time to a delay to some of the interventions we're putting in for the 3 reasons I outlined.
Okay, I'll wait for that further detail then.
Councillor, can I just add in, we've done some further analysis in a recent Auckland Transport Board report. What we have observed, and I'll communicate this to all of you because I think you'll find it interesting. In 2004, the DSI number was circa 580. In 2024, it's circa 580. What we've seen over that 20-year period has gone up and down, and it varies annually for a whole range of reasons. At the same time that the DSI has done that, and pretty much 20 years later, still at the same number, which we don't accept. The population has grown from 1.2 million to 1.7. So we have seen the impact of our investment, whether it's through policing, drug and alcohol enforcement, whether it's through reduction in speed, infrastructure, has meant that the per 100,000 population number has, I can't quite remember, I did the calculation, it might have dropped from 52 per 100,000 to about 32 per 100,000. You can do the numbers. But look, the impact of all that investment over time has actually been of great benefit to the population on a per 100,000 basis. The stubborn part we're really struggling with is how to bring the actual number further down. And I think, that's what we're trying to unpack, and that's what we're very focused on working through with you all.
I think that's a really important thing, and with respect, I think you should highlight that more in your paper, because the fact that I'm asking is it's probably not as clear. So thank you. Sorry. My second question is, I'm getting a bit of pushback on what Hamilton City Council are doing and Dunedin City Council are doing around trying to find, for want of a better word, cracks in the legislation or ways of keeping safer speeds, especially around schools. So my question to you, and I acknowledge, I don't know whether he's still here, the Chair of Auckland Transport, Richard Leggett, who has written to the Minister and copied us all in for clarity about that. But could you please tell me what legal advice you've had as to whether Auckland Transport has the ability to do what 2 other councils appear to be doing, and if not, and if they can't, why not, and what is the difference?
So we have looked at the speed rule several times just to make sure we properly understand its intent and its requirements of us as an RCA. And we're satisfied with our interpretation. We may not like it, but we believe from a legal perspective we have properly interpreted the rule and its intent. We're also fully aware of what both Hamilton and Dunedin City Councils have done, Our legal teams have talked to their legal teams, we've looked at that advice and we've looked at its application, and our legal advice continues to be the same, that our interpretation of the rule as it relates to Auckland, whether we agree it or not, if a school was the primary or a reason for the change in speed under our Safe Speeds program, then it needs to revert back to 50 kilometres. We cannot see a way of not complying, irrespective of the guidance that we might want to consider what both of those councils have done. So we're left in this position where we believe we've got a proper interpretation and we're acting on that. What we are doing though, because that's not the end of the story, what we are doing is we are developing internally a program which we will at the right time bring back through the local boards, asking them to identify those communities in their areas that would like to commence engagement on different speeds. So if it was 50, they can only bring it back to 40 because 30 is no longer an option. So we will work with communities through local boards to identify where those opportunities arise. And of course, we will work with the councillors around this table in your ward council capacity.
Could you just confirm for me the timing around that?
I don't want to give you a specific time. We're working on the program right now, so I'd expect over the next month we will be able to come back and say this is what the engagement process is. Pardon?
2025.
That's my expectation, is that we will be able to come back and tell you what definitely over the next month we'll have a view on what that program looks like and how we would roll it out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Lottie.
Kia ora, thanks Chair, and thanks Auckland Transport for your report. You know, some good news in there as well. Yes. Now, of course, safety is a huge concern for you as it is for us, and we've had a few issues recently about safety for our, you know, public transport users, and in particular in my ward in Papatoetoe, there was an incident on Sunday. Just wondering if there's an update on what happened there. I appreciate the letter we got from Stacey about that on the 2nd of May, but yeah, just keen to know.
We will invite Stacey to give you an update on that because she is across the detail. Thank you, Stacey, who I presume heard the question.
I did, thank you. Look, at this stage, I'm sure everybody respects this too, there is little we can say in terms of the additional information, given that it is part of a police investigation. And what we've done, I guess, in terms of making sure that you know, driver had the appropriate training, credentials, of course, you know, being supplied with de-escalation training and things like that. And so we have done that to make sure, and also made sure that they have other services available to them as they go through their process too, in terms of access to EAP and the likes. Yeah.
And just, is there anything being offered as well to the family of the deceased in terms of, I don't know, counselling or something? Is that part of that, or do you have to wait until the process has happened with the police?
Yeah, we do have to wait until that process has happened. What we did do over the weekend was we did have a group of people go out and talk to the community and just, you know, understand what's happening in that area, you know, between the train station and those bus stops and the sort of local businesses, and provide some sort of reassurance and assurance in terms of public transport and its safety for the community. With that, there was a lot of really good learnings too, and so I'm waiting on a full rundown of that, but also in terms of linking people to other agencies, because there's some pretty complex issues out in our communities, as we know, but making sure they know what's available to them to support them, that's definitely been a priority.
Kia ora, thank you, I appreciate that. And Councillor Alpha and I, as well as the local board, are here to support any mahi in that space. Kia ora.
Thanks, Lottie. And just not a question on what we can. We need to focus on the SOI area of AI, AD. So yeah, just make sure we're focusing on the quarterly report, not the SOI. I'm scarred for life. Shane.
There you go.
That's okay, says Councillor Newman. Yeah, kia ora, just a couple of cues, just bringing them up. Okay, first and foremost, point 25 in the Māori impact statement around bilingual announcements. It's gone from 25% to 48, which, it's good to see some progress there. But I'm just wondering, for trains, why not just roll it out tomorrow? Why are we at 48? Why aren't we at 100?
Great question, Councillor. A couple of things to note, particularly with announcements, is the space between stops, right? And so, with this, we are having complaints in terms of people who are continuously have this noise in their ear because we're always doing announcements. Trying to find the sweet spot with that, and also the upgrade in terms of the software that we use in the EMUs has been challenging, so that's sort of being addressed at the same time. So we will continue on, it is progress. And in terms of that, we do have, obviously, the majority of our services across the network do have bilingual announcements now.
Thank you. And just to follow up, as part of that program, we're also looking at things like signage where we can, things like that. Cool. Fantastic. That's awesome. I got a couple more. So I actually asked this question in the workshop yesterday, but I'm wondering if you've got any insights into the lower than expected public transport patronage. Is that falling evenly across the city? Is it falling evenly across age groups? Or is there some sort of problem hidden in the data there?
No real problem as such. There's a couple of things. So when you sort of look at it from a modal basis, obviously buses are a couple of points below, but not hugely. Yeah, it is majority coming from rail, which I'm sure we can all understand has had, substantial impacts in terms of viability of service from a customer perspective over a very extended period of time. And so that's really has impacted given, we have had a lot of closures across the network. Ferry hasn't recovered either in terms of it. It is still down in comparison to bus. And that is largely due to, obviously, ferry is a point-to-point service. And often you've got pretty established communities. There's only a few what I'll call growth communities there where more people are entering the sort of market and wanting to travel. And so when you've got a limited base and people are still working flexibly post-COVID, you need more people to use the service in order to get back to the same numbers. And so that is definitely what we're seeing. In terms of age groups, and I think I said this previously, we have seen a drop in child users. And I largely think that's got to do with trust and confidence in terms of safety of the network with what we've seen over the last year and, a large media attention on the topic. So that has changed quite dramatically over a year since the half price fares came off. Uni students are up. Yeah, and they've had a really good lift this year. So there's unders and overs in terms of what we're seeing.
Just in terms of the child fares, this is interesting. So them dropping, and you've said that safety might be an issue, but would it be fair to say that the fares are the major cause there? Because you change a fare price, all of a sudden you see a pretty immediate response from the market. Would it be fair to say that if that were to be subsidised, then we would go back to previous figures, those kinds of things?
It wasn't an immediate change. Yeah, so that was the interesting thing. There was a gradual decline. And so I think again, there's a couple of things. Of course, throughout the end of last year, we had a few sort of really terrible incidents on public transport. And this is front and centre of parents' minds, right, in terms of the safety of public transport. We saw a lot of issues in terms of particular youth elements across the network, which we worked really hard to resolve. But it's a constant watch area that we're working on and trying to support our communities with. The other thing I think is too, as unemployment sort of has risen, of course there's potential for a parent to be at home and getting through the children to school through another means. So there's different things there.
And also cost of living pressure on fares when people lose money. Thank you. I've got two more. They're about DSI, and it's just kind of picking up on that comparison of 2004 to now. It's really good to kind of put these figures in context, and I'm just wondering if we do have a context, not just in terms of the historical figure of the city, because that jumped up pretty high in 2017 and then has sort of fallen back down again. Do you have a context on our figure in relation to comparable cities around the world or around the country?
Not at hand, but and Stacey might have comment on this, but traditionally New Zealand's underperformed, so our stats are worse than what the global average is around other cities. So that's why we're not satisfied with where we're at, okay? But can I give you the number? No, I can't. Sorry, councillor, at this point.
That's cool. Yeah, it's a bit unreasonable for me to ask for a figure specifically, but I appreciate the advice. Yeah, and the other thing, just in terms of that comparison, were you aware of the increase in public transport boardings in that time? And would you consider the public transport investment to be a primary measure to improve safety?
Yes.
Good. I have figures, but I didn't need to ask that question. Fantastic. Thank you, Chair.
All good. Honey.
Kia ora. Last month you introduced your report, E Marotiri Te Ano, and it showed some good results in terms of the Auckland transport delivery to Kia ora Tamaki Makaurau. The procurement space, correct me if I'm wrong, was 3.8%, but you've recorded it, I'm hearing at 3%. I'm just wanting to know an explanation why that is.
We know that we're tracking ahead of so we, as far as we're tracking sorry, Mr. Chair, I think there's feedback. Tracking well ahead on what spend will be, and we are really confident that we'll be above that 3% figure at the year end. So as far as the 3.8 versus the 3%, I don't have that off the top of my head. I can come back to you on it.
Just a follow-on question. And it follows through, I suppose, because what I had in my head was 3.8. And with the SOI, just previous conversation, it's targeted at 3%. Yet, if I've misheard or if you've excuse 3.8, because it's still a need to 4%. I must have misheard.
I can actually clarify, Chair, through you. It was previously 3.08% rather than 3.8%.
Thank you.
Okay, Chris Dubby.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dean and team. Dean, you referred to the letter that AT Chair Richard Leggett proactively wrote to the Minister. I think it was dated last day of April, where he seeks clarification of a public comment that the Minister made that the setting a speed limit rule does allow for retaining the 30k speed limit where there is community support, and pretty much he's used those words. That letter's gone out. I think it's a reply will be forthcoming to the AT Chair. Would it be helpful if the chair of this committee or the mayor wrote on behalf of Auckland Council a similar question, if not the same question, to actually seek the clarification politically? At the moment, the clarification is being sought by Auckland Transport. Would it be helpful that that was also a political request for clarification on the public comments made by the Minister?
It already has, and so as we discussed at a workshop or at a previous meeting, I wrote, and the answer is currently sitting with the ministry. So they haven't had a response, and as of yesterday, the ministry was considering a response. So the political question has already been, it's been worked on, the letter with the Mayor's office, and was done some time ago, as we had discussed previously.
Sorry, we discussed it. Was that distributed, that one? No. Look, I'm interested. Was that letter distributed so that we were all aware of what the question was?
Saying. I don't know. It might have been. I will get it out to you, to everyone, Chris, if that's right. I'm still waiting on a response, but yep, I'll get it to you. So there's been some written, so we'll put them all together and come up with a compendium of letters.
So the key question was, similar to Chair Richard Leggett's question, was it? The public comment of the Minister was the rule does allow. Was your question seeking clarification of the comment that from the Minister that it does allow, where there is public support, to retain the 30k limit?
The point of my letter was requesting that Auckland Transport be afforded the same ability to make change to speed limits as NZTA was given, that was, my letter was sent in conjunction with the Mayor's office and an advice from Auckland Transport to cover off a specific thing.
Yeah, that's a different question.
So no, so it didn't ask that question, it asked the question I just said it was.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and that's a good question to ask. I'm actually referring very specifically to the public comment of the Minister of Transport that the rule does allow roading authorities, councils, etc., to retain the 30k speed limit where there is public support. I think that is a different question, is it not?
So, Dean, my understanding is, and I was going to ask the question anyway, so it might be the time to ask it, is it not part of the problem that we encounter in Auckland is in terms of the way in which we did our initial consultation in regards to when the speed limits were originally changed?
Look, a couple of quick comments. There was no problem with how we initially consulted. We did the right thing, okay? The speed rule has changed the settings and said that if a school was a reason, you can't do it. Well, I can't think of a better reason for actually addressing speed in the first place. But put that to one side. I don't want people to think we did the wrong thing. We did the right thing at the time. In terms of whether the Minister, through parliamentary question time, my take is, and there was more in that conversation as I understand it, my take is he's provided a personal comment, but that comment doesn't change the speed rule itself or the law. So what we've done is we have gone back and said, you've made these comments, can you please clarify them? For the avoidance of doubt, and I'm semi-quoting here, if that is your view, it may require a change to the speed rule. Can you please confirm if you're willing to amend? And so we've asked the question in the nature in that way. If it was felt by this committee that you could add weight to the letter that we've written by picking it up and following up to see how the Minister or the Ministry of Transport in turn is going, then that's your call. But that letter is in with the Minister and with the Ministry as we speak. We know that. We have followed up as well, and we're putting urgency on it. So to the extent that we get an urgent response, I'm not sure, but that is, we're pushing as hard as we can to get the clarification. The Minister's comments in parliamentary question time does not change the law. That's the issue.
Okay, that's, I don't think there's comments that are personal or ministerial comments. He made it in the capacity as the Minister of Transport. But look, that's not important. But Chair, I appreciate the questions you've raised, but what I'm pointing out is actually a different question, and it's a really important question. And so I'm actually asking you whether you would maybe speak to Dean and the Chair of AT with view to another question that you, as Chair of this committee for us, could ask for clarification.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair.
Daniel.
Yeah, look, thank you very much for the report. Just a couple of comments from me. The asset condition, you made reference to the previous assessment for being very conservative, suggested that the condition of PT assets were worse than observed in the field. Can you just explain that? Because I'm not quite sure what happened. We went out there and had another look and said, oh, it's actually not that bad after all.
Right, we've got Murray who will answer that just superbly.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And that specifically applies to ferry wharves where there's routine inspections that are done from landside, and then we also do inspections from the water. And once the inspections are done from the water, we often find that the condition might have changed more rapidly than we expected. So that's in relation to that.
But the wording here suggests that on further inspection, I see exactly. All right. You're on track to complete your resurfacing and rehabilitation by the end of the financial year. I mean, we are in more challenging weather now compared to the summer period. So are we on target?
Yeah, correct. We're on target for the road resurfacing, and at this time of year we move into asphalt works, which are less susceptible to weather change. The chip sealing's mostly done over the summer months.
Thanks, Daniel. Richard.
Thank you. First, there's just a question. I think I can't remember who asked it, but Dean, your comments on 2004. I just want to this year's DSI is what, 589, but you chose to choose one of the higher years, and the whole point of Vision Zero was this: we had this massive drop down to 4 something. The baseline, I think, between 2009 and 2013 was 480, and then it went skyrocketed to 700 or 800 in 2017 and 18. And so I guess I'm just trying to be careful with celebrating some numbers, because the purpose of Vision Zero was because I think we were the fastest place in the whole country for rising DSI, and that's why Vision Zero came about. So can you just maybe clarify the 2004 figure is actually above nearly every year after that, until we had this massive rise between 13 and 18?
Look, I wasn't trying to hide anything. I'm just saying that over a 20-year period it's gone up and down. Yes, I've got the graph in front of me. 2004 was the low, was sitting just above 400. 2012, wasn't it? Circa 2012 was the low, and then we had a significant high come, as you say, 2017, 2018. I'm just saying, all that investment, we've seen these ups and downs, we've seen some big troughs and big spikes, and here we are 20 years later at the same number. That was simply my point. And yes, we're deeply committed to Vision Zero, as you put it, although that's now not a government target. It is still our objective to reduce the actual number of people that are being killed or injured. So I'm agreeing with you, Councillor.
Yeah. I just kind of... So my question on that is, and to Desley's point, and I know the Chair wants us to talk about the performance, but it is kind of part of that because the changes are happening in it. So can we, whether it's Chair again, like Councillor Darby said, or CEO or Chair of AT, we're on record still, 18 votes to 3, that we supported the speed staying as they were, and then I think it was 10-10 on the school stuff, but Councillor Watson at the time used his chair vote to support that. Can we reiterate those on the record resolutions? I know the school one was 10-10, so very tight, but both are still on the record that we supported keeping them. Can we write in the letter, because I've heard too, the Minister Bishop is happy if we can prove an area still wants it to stay, that it can stay. So is there I'm just worried that we are wasting money, but also if there is a loophole, how do we get that sense? If the Minister is happy and we are happy and the community is happy, can we just align those things? It may not be in every area, but it just seems wild that we could end up spending 6 months reversing things and then we get told, oh yeah, I told you guys it was sweet as to keep them in place.
At this stage, we don't think there's a loophole. So I have to go with our legal advice on this. We're looking for a loophole. Everybody's desperately searching, asking for us to find a loophole that we haven't been able to find. How Hamilton City and Dunedin City have interpreted it in their particular circumstances, they've been able to do something at specific locations that we have interpreted under the law that we cannot. And so I don't want to give false hope here, and I've tried to be very consistent with any of you as councillors or the community where you've asked me this question. I think everybody's sentiment is aligned, but the law, as it's written, that speed rule is not aligned with sentiment. So if you're going to lean on anything, you've got to write to the Minister and ask them to consider what amendments they will make to allow Auckland Transport exercise the same discretion with their communities about keeping the speed as it was. That's the That's the thing you have to go through and do. I can't see another way of handling it. We need the rule changed.
Okay. So we can't leave it until we find that out.
Well, I think the only insight we'll get is when the minister or the ministry replies to the letter we've written saying, are you willing to amend it? If they're not willing to amend it, then the status quo prevails and we need to comply with the law.
Okay. This next question's for Stacey. Sorry, Stacey. Just on the public transport figures, I know there is a massive issue with, it's good that it's better than last year, but obviously we're not hitting those targets. On the days, and I think I did ask this last time, on the days we have the rail open, are we hitting the targets? You know, because these ups and downs on a yearly figure will always be down if we have the rail closed for weeks on end. Are we seeing confidence in the public transport system when we have those days? And are we still increasing the number of people? We know that there's a big drop off on a Friday, but are the number of people using the system overall still increasing?
Yes, I mean, if I sort of look across the last week after being back from school holidays, there's definitely improvement on last year in terms of numbers, albeit, you know, only small sort of numbers. There has been a gradual decline in terms of once you see with these big rail shuts, getting people back to using train services with frequency, and that trust has been eroded, and that's what we're dealing with in terms of the train network. Will it return? Absolutely. I think reliability has been really good this year, actually, on train services in comparative to previous years when it is running, which is really good. And actually, public transport performance through March is the best it has ever been in a March. It was really well managed, which brought obviously a lot of confidence, and we expect that to support better patronage throughout the remainder of the year, because that's when a lot of people are making their travel decisions in those February and March. But fundamentally, these rail closures are hurting us, but we need to continue the path we're on so we can have that frequent, reliable network once we integrate with CRL. But it has damaged that trust and confidence.
Thank you. And last question, and I'm not sure if it's for Stacey, but obviously it's connected. The two examples, Monday, Tuesday this week on the North Shore, and I'm sorry to be local, Chair, but it's consistent with across the city. We had truck breakdowns on the bridge, which created the most traffic I've ever seen on both days, and I gave up on Tuesday when I walked up the road and it said my 8 o'clock bus was actually the 6:45 bus waiting somewhere. Anywhere there wasn't a bus lane or a transit lane, the public transport system was completely screwed. And there have been a number of times where I've asked for just quick wins. It might be a clearway in the morning, or it might be yellow lines, and I'm sure other councillors are having that. And it seems to just take forever, when sometimes it might help that bus and give that confidence on a massively disruptive day like that, where all the buses are just stuck in general traffic. Like, people were messaging me saying, why have you cancelled all the buses? And I was like, they are all stuck. Once they got to Oniwa Road, or the busway itself was free flowing, but there was no way to get to the motorway in a bus or a car. How can we speed those kind of changes? I don't know.
These are the big conversations we need to keep having with our NZTA colleagues in terms of prioritisation of buses on the network, and we're having another one now currently about the 12, and people who are aware of the changes with that service being upgraded too, that it's had with the punctuality challenges due to the motorway itself. So yes, these are the conversations that we continue to have. We do work really well together in terms of that, but there's not an easy trade-off for some of these conversations as well. So yes, we would love more support in these conversations in terms of how we do that, even if it is on a pop-up disruption type basis. But they're trying to balance their assets as well in terms of how they use them. Yeah.
Karen?
That was fast. Okay. Look, I'm just referring to the DSI as well, sorry, and just looking at the 26% reduction in alcohol-related DSI. Just wanted to raise the night bus and the comms that you have around that, because I'm probably one of those people that wasn't aware. I mean, I lived in the UK for a long time, and the night buses in London are really popular, and obviously we've got that option here in Auckland too. Just wondering if we do have a really big comms strategy around pushing that a little bit more, especially with our young people in Auckland.
It's a great point, Councillor. I'll take that away in terms of particularly with night services, because we have increased obviously a lot of frequency, and I heard 42 before. We've actually got 43 frequent routes now since post Anzac weekend, so which is great. We have got campaigns coming out that are promoting the frequent network. So I mean, a lot of people are still unaware about the huge uplift we've had on that frequent network over the last few years in order to be able to offer Aucklanders a turn up and go type service. So that is one thing that we're really going to be focusing on over the next while, and so making sure people know that they have that available to them, because it's good, and it works. But night services, yes, I take your point on in terms of talking to the team about that.
Yeah, and just another comment, just whether we would ever look at working with our hospitality industry, to kind of look at people spending more money in the city centre, obviously, and knowing that that there's an opportunity for them to catch a night bus afterwards.
Yes, absolutely. These are the type of initiatives we have lined up in order to make sure we maximise both in terms of what's happening in the city and taking that into consideration, as well as other precincts across Auckland. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, looking around. No, Julie.
Sorry, I did put my hand up, but no one was looking, so I thought I'd wait until you were looking. Kia ora. Right, thank you. So I've got a couple of questions. The first one is, congrats on no March Madness. Yes. This is the first March I can remember where we did not have March Madness on Dominion Road or Mount Eden Road. Sorry if anyone else had it and their part, but I didn't see any media coverage either. Do we have any insights as to how that was achieved? Because that's huge.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's being very deliberate about planning for that starting in November. Yeah, in terms of particularly working with schools, right? Because every year we have this real challenge in terms of students travelling out of zone to different areas and understanding where roles are and how people are moving about. So a really big focus on that towards the end of last year, working with schools, understanding where we're going to need additional capacity. There was a lot that was put on at the start of the school year to support that. Yep. There was also, we had a number of buses to be able to put on standby in particular areas where we saw them spike up, that we could actually deploy, and some of those became permanent. So it was about that proactive management. There was daily stand-ups from February with the ops team, as well as conversations, group conversations with all the operators about what they were seeing and what was being reported, so that it could be proactively managed. And it paid off, and I'm glad you saw that it wasn't chaos. Yeah,
well done. Encourage that approach with other areas where we have those kinds of spikes that we can foresee. I also had some questions around, I did have some questions around the safer speed stuff and whether we had a response yet from the Minister. It sounds like we haven't. I think that's been clarified. But I wanted to understand a bit better about how that impacts with the timeframes on rolling out these changes. Because it sounds to me like we're waiting on a response from the Minister. And you will have notified now, because you had to do it, I think, by the 1st of May, the list of streets. Have you released that list publicly? I haven't seen it. If you have, and apologies if I've missed it. Where are we up to with that sort of the public part of that conversation?
So, Councillor, just in regards to the Minister's response, you're correct. We haven't had one yet, other than the usual acknowledgement that one has been received. So that's the first answer to your question.
Yeah, and just to reiterate what Dean said, until the speed law changes, we're focused on implementing the law, notwithstanding our sentiments as discussed. And on your second question, apologies if I misheard it as I walked up to the table, we have published on our website all the locations where we would need to reverse the speed limit. Was that the question?
Well, the question was, when will the list be public if it isn't already? And
As far as I'm
I've
aware,
missed it.
apologies to interrupt. As far as I'm aware, they're all on the website now, but I'll double check. But we can maybe share the link to go out in a minute.
So that's just to clarify, that's been updated based on, because I understand there are 2 areas that have been removed. Is that correct?
Correct. So it's always the latest position.
Okay.
So we are updating it all the time with the latest interpretation and the latest position. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I will have a look at that. I would just note that, to be parochial for a second, that I have a group in my area who haven't had a response from AT to a letter that they sent about it. So to make that a more general question, Chair, how is AT doing with going with the responses from parts of our community who are saying, actually, we want to keep it, given that we may have an indication from the Minister that there could be some wiggle room? How is AT going about responding to those queries?
So notwithstanding the conversations that's been had so far, we're getting a number of queries about particular locations, and we're providing the consistent messaging that we've summarised in this committee so far. And then if people ask about particular local roads, we're putting in a status update and a map and the reasoning of our interpretation of the law as it stands now.
Okay.
And if we've missed some, apologies,
Yeah.
I'll look into that. We are getting a number of queries and we're trying to turn them around quickly. And if we've missed one, I'll chase that today.
Thank you. I think it would be helpful for the local board and the ward council to be copied in on those replies, so that we're aware that they have been responded to, if that's possible. And then I have another question, which is about the customer perception staff. So one of the things I'm sort of struggling with in this space around the customer perceptions, and there's a lot of things that contribute to the poor reputation that AT has. And I have mentioned before, I think some of the language and the public comments that some of us in the room make sometimes contribute to that too. Putting that to one side, we had a presentation earlier about karangahape neighbourhoods, if I use the right term. I think that's the right term, yes. And we've also had having this conversation about safer speeds. And it seems to me that in both of those cases we have some examples where the way that AT is responding isn't necessarily increasing trust and confidence. And so I wondered if there are any reflections in that customer perception piece of work, which I think is really important. Is there some reflection happening about how those kinds of processes, some of the public dialogue that happens and how AT engages in that, may be counterproductive to increasing that customer perception rating?
I can start, Councillor, and then maybe Simon can jump in from a customer point of view as well. The first one is the acknowledgement of it, absolutely, and we would agree that we need to be more responsive and faster to customer queries and to I guess, responses that the community are asking for. We are in the process of putting into practice the AT way, which I think had been briefed on previously, and expanding that to more of an end-to-end process. So it was originally looking at communications and engagement, but it's actually going across the whole of the organisation and the way that we interact and engage with communities and local boards, yourselves, and other key stakeholders. So we've put a real focus on that. We know that it's the little things in particular that matter to people, and they're the ones that really frustrate people. And so Dean makes a real point of that internally as well too. We are, one of our accelerators, our work streams internally is around every interaction counts, and that has a real focus on that customer engagement and in particular the responsiveness to any sensitive or urgent queries going back. So I think in answer to your first part of your question, we know it's an issue. We do definitely have a laser-like focus on it, and it's something that we are internally holding ourselves to account on each and every day. We might not get it right all the time, but we are on the journey to be better at it. Do you want to add?
I mean, just to echo what Scott said, we're constantly always focused on quick response, the right response, listening to communities, involving local boards more, and we're also working on a customer strategy plan internally to make sure we're better using the data and the insights we have to play them into the projects and the investments. So we're trying harder. We know we've got work to do, and acknowledge your point.
So thank you. I guess a follow-up on that, just to say some of this isn't about the customer says there's a pothole, it hasn't been fixed. Some of this is about the democratic processes and the transparency of consultation. And one of the things that was raised with us from the Greater Auckland presentation was that people thought that they'd reached an end point and then it's being relitigated again. So some of that is about that. So is there, in the AT way, which yes, I was briefed on, but it was quite a while ago, so it might be timely for an update. Is that something that's being looked at beyond those? Yes, the little interactions do count, but are you, as AT, looking at how do we get better at that stuff too?
Thanks, Councillor. Yes, absolutely. And it is a key part of the AT way. There's a subset which is called the delivery way. And in particular, it's looking back at all of the projects that we have on currently and making sure that where there has been support previously given either by communities or local boards, that when we go to reconsult or even start delivery of that project, that support still remains. Some of our projects are coming on board well after the time, and that's why sometimes they've been seen as a surprise. And so, yes, absolutely, that's an area that Murray and the team in particular, working with Dan Lambert, have a focus on. And it is part of our work stream for this quarter and then going into the next financial year. So, yes, is probably the easiest way of answering.
Thank you, appreciate that. And that point about the long lag sometimes between consultation on something and implementation is well made. Can I suggest, Chair, that we have either in a future quarterly or monthly update or a workshop or just a briefing on where they're up to with the AT way? I think that would be really useful. That's me, thank you.
Thank you. Wayne.
Sure. This is the only question I'm asking today, Mr. Chair, and I'll be fairly quick. So it goes to ferries across Auckland, and my question is around when will there be a status report going to the Auckland Transport Board that updates the board, and obviously I would expect it comes back to us, on the status of the ferry fleet, the status of the ferries being built, and that includes the 100% electric, the hybrids, refurbishment and the like. I've been asking for this report for, it's approaching 2 years now. There is some urgency. I certainly receive information from the industry that there are very significant cost overruns, that there may be ferries, particularly those subject to the shovel-ready project, where the government tipped in a significant amount of money, that may be undeliverable. There are significant concerns in the industry around whether ferries are going to be fit for purpose, the capital cost of the ferries, the operational cost, which has a huge impact going forward, the alternatives that are available that are being put up by industry players, often together with funding, and frankly they're not getting anywhere. So at some point it is critical that we have an update, because there's a lot of bad stuff happening, there's a lack of transparency, and it's going to impact on what happens going forward massively. So when is the board going to have that report in the first instance?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Look, I do think we have given frequent updates at the Transport Resilience and Infrastructure Committee. Periodically we have. I mean, they haven't been extensive, but we've definitely given updates. Your question's timely though. We are taking some information to the AT board in June, and so I suggest that we update the committee in July. Yeah.
Well, that would be great, and that report that we receive needs to be sufficiently informed so we can make decisions. And if there are decisions that need to be made that go to contracts and ditching contracts so that we can move forward across a ferry fleet that actually works and is reliable and is cost effective, then those decisions need to be made. I have a huge concern around this, Mr. Chair. There are parts of the Auckland community that are heavily reliant on ferries. They would like better services, and they're very concerned around the non-delivery of ferries going forward. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, no further questions. Thank you, team. Great to see you here, and thanks for everything. Always a tough gig. Any debate? Morris.
Not a debate, but I couldn't use it as a question. I just wanted to let people know that I got hung out to dry by my own stupidity. In 1994, after we just passed the Maritime Transport Bill, which was a 600-page bill, I actually answered a question in public about what coastal shipping could operate and what couldn't. I got one of the clauses wrong when I answered the question. I got told by the Solicitor General within about half an hour that my advice would breach the law, and I had to go and do a clean-up in aisle 9. So just because you're a minister and just because you answer a question doesn't mean it's the law. The law is the law, and unfortunately the clean-up can be a bit messy.
Thank you. Mike.
Yes, this item in some ways relates very much to the previous item 8 that we discussed before lunch. There's a real concern here in terms of our public transport effort in particular. Obviously, public transport is vitally important for a whole lot of reasons, but not the least the cost of OPEX and CAPEX we are faced with nowadays. I'm concerned that this council and its predecessors, including the ARC, but not just the ARC, achieved a lot of momentum with public transport patronage. For instance, rail, which was about 2 million passengers per year in year 2000, up until the COVID pandemic struck Auckland. We were over 21 million passengers per year on rail. The other modes as well. For some reason, and when it comes to public transport, and even active modes, if you like, we haven't recovered from the effects of COVID, put it that way. I don't think it has anything really to do with COVID, but it's kind of, in some ways, a sort of long COVID when it comes to public transport. So back in 2019, we had 100 million passenger trips per year, 72.4 million trips per year by bus. That's now down to 68.1 million trips per year. Rail, 21.3 million. That's down to 13.8 million. Ferries around about the same, interestingly enough. But the other change, the other unhelpful change, an ominous change, is that costs, with a decline of some 11% in our total patronage, the costs in terms of OPEX is up by a third. That is a real concern. So coming back to the feedback from the previous item, the SOI and measures, I think it's important that this committee does engage very seriously indeed with this problem and comes up and suggests measures to break this cycle of failure. I believe that our services are now virtually totally run by bus services at least, and ferry by offshore corporates, investment companies, strangely enough. And I think dealing with them and those costs by upping the fares is self-defeating, and it acts as a block on restoring any momentum in just restoring what we had before. We've talked before about what we now consider unrealistic objectives, 550 million passenger trips per year by year 2030, 17% of mode share bicycles by 2030. It was and still is about 1%. And coming even in a more local aspect or focus, 25,000 passengers per hour coming out of the Karanga-Ahape rail station, so we say. These things are unrealistic in themselves, but it's absolutely vital that we get back to where we actually were and then build on that, and we're a long way from doing that. So I'm critical of AT, of course. I'm also critical of this council. This council also has a role in this, and if we have this problem, if we are in a fix, we all have to work together to try and solve it, and that is absolutely vital. I just want to say one more thing about AT, and actually it's a positive thing, so I hope everyone's sitting down. I want to thank AT for the way they responded during the statutory road closing, road stopping process, which is a process under the Local Government Act and the Public Works Act, in responding to the concerns of the adjoining owners and coming up with a compromise that the adjoining owners and business people are happy to live with. It's not what they wanted, but they accept the compromise. So well done to AT. AT, unfortunately, is coming under a lot of pressure to resile from that agreement, and I'm sure they won't. But it's ironic that AT has done the right thing and gets this sort of criticism, which I don't think is fair or reasonable or actually informed in terms of what the legal obligations of a road authority is under the law of this country. So AT did the right thing, so I thank them for that. The other thing I'd like to say positively about AT is that the response to complaints from my constituents from management has certainly improved in recent months, so thank you for that. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Quite right, something you don't see every day. Shane.
It's a green light for you, not a red
Green
light.
light. That's lovely. Oh, thank you, Councillor Walker. That's very nice. Yeah, look, just real quickly, because I wanted to speak about the lower than expected public transport patronage data, and to firstly point out that it's not actually that low, it's just under it. So before we're writing headlines about that, that's very important to note. And I also sort of got out of it that we've got a bit of a triple hit here. So safety rightfully needs emphasis, and it was emphasised by staff as well. And I just want to offer my sort of thoughts to everyone that's been affected by the high-profile kind of incidents that have happened over the past year or so. So that is definitely one issue, not saying it's not. The second issue is rail. And that seems to be a sticky problem because for the public perception, that's become a real issue where closures and reliability issues has led to a perception that you can't trust the rail system. And as someone in my ward that has rail and buses now, which is pretty cool, you can kind of see a bit of a contrast in the public mood, and people are really loving the WX1. It's a huge, huge success. And with the rail, the first thing you ask a West Aucklander about with rail, they will tell you, look, I don't know if I want to take it, it's late, it doesn't show up, and rah, rah, rah. So that's going to be an issue that's going to survive for a while, but when the CRL comes in, I'm hoping that will turn around. So we're in the midst of a crisis of confidence, but that's only temporary, hopefully. The third is an interesting one for me, and I want to kind of spend more time on it because an area where we can have real influence as decision makers is the cost of public transport on households. So cost of living issues are hitting people in the pockets, unemployment is up, we've heard all this kind of stuff. We can have a direct influence in easing household budgets by taking action on public transport fares. And as a side quest, we can also help our climate and we can provide a good service for Aucklanders as well. The $50 fare cap, I'm super duper proud of. I think it was a fantastic initiative, and most people in Auckland would agree, which is really awesome. It's been a runaway success. But I'm sort of just challenging all of us to have a bit of a think. We know that price works as a lever now. The $50 fare cap actually proved that to us. So what's next? What can we do in the future to build on that success and encourage more people onto public transport using the price lever? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Shane. Any other comments? None? Oh, I'll just make one. I mean, I stand to be corrected and be unusual for someone to be able to say something in this room without having hard, solid facts behind them. But my understanding is Melbourne, one of the cities that is held up as one of the great public transport cities in the world, is behind Auckland in terms of recovery from COVID. And so we are actually doing better than one of the great cities that people talk about, and where there is free public transport within parts of the city. So we're not doing too badly, and as someone who uses it every day, I know. You're leaving. And as someone who uses public transport every day, I don't sense that there's doom and gloom by the people that use it every day. There might be upon people, as often is the way, where people criticise, and they're generally the people that don't use it, and they use it as a justification for not using it. And whereas if they used it every day, they might actually find it as regular and more trustworthy than maybe getting in a car and sitting on the motorway, as my wife did the other day, and it took 2.5 hours to get from Drury to Epsom. So it took me 55 minutes, happily so, smugly sitting there at night when I got home. So it's not as bad as we hear. It actually works pretty well, and for a little city, which we are worldwide, we actually do a pretty good job. And so I think we do need to put it in some context. Thank you, Mike. We listen to you quite happily. That being that, we will put it. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. And against? Passed. Thank you. Thank you, AT. And now for something totally different. We are talking Recovery Office. So, May, Nick, Tanya's not here, or she was, no. And the Deputy Mayor is moving, bang off, and Alf, are you seconding? Oh, okay. Right, Alf and Lotu, sorry Desley, they were up first. Okay. Okay, gentlemen.
Kia ora mai tātou, Mr Chair and councillors. Good to be with you today, and something completely different for us. We do have some roading involved here, but not transport. So the purpose of the report today is to provide you with an update. We'll get to the first page. But just a reminder, really, this program is the quarterly report back of the program and progress around the 2023 weather events, although there's a few other things to talk about. Most significantly, in terms of our progress around particularly the buyout program, we are now 57% at the end of April in terms of the buyout offers settled. And you'll see there's incremental progress there in terms of sale and purchase agreements instructed, accepted, and valuations communicated with homeowners who are considering those valuations. So we're on target to have all sale and purchase agreements in place, certainly by the end of this year. We know the largest period of time is that period when homeowners and families are considering the offer and how they're going to move on from intolerable risk to life. In terms of transport repairs, Auckland Transport are 90% through the repairs across the network, and there's details in the report, Mr Chairman and members. There still are road closures in parts of the region, but those are relatively few, and the priority roads are being opened up as to make sure people can get to work and school in those key areas. that program will largely be completed by the end of June. There's some minor works to carry on after that. 23 communities are completing flood recovery planning, so that is proactively going out into communities on the back of the work Auckland Emergency Management have done around response and readiness. How do they recover from events and what is their preference? The other thing we're asking you today, Mr. Chairman, is, and we'll go to the next slide later, but the other thing we're asking you today is around updating the political advisory group terms of reference, and that provides an opportunity for us to feed in. But I just wanted to, I have, and my apologies, I have Nick Vigo here from Healthy Waters and Flood Resilience, and just to discuss the Easter storm, because that was a significant event, but not as significant perhaps as 2023. Kia ora, Nick.
Kia ora, Chair. Kia ora, councillors. Just a couple of slides here. We were anticipating possibly a few questions following the Easter storms. So just a couple of images here. First of all, just to give you some sort of context here. The image on the right is an image you might have seen before. That's from the 2023 Auckland anniversary event. The pink here is telling us that it's broadly what we call a 100-year event, which don't worry about it, it's a big event. You can see on the left-hand side of there, the event, a similar image for the event that hit over Easter. You can immediately see it's a much more localised event. So broadly at areas like Coatesville, Birkdale, also hit areas like Wesley and the Upper Foe catchment reasonably hard. So the point of these images was to point out that in terms of intensity, in many senses it was similar to the event that we had, but the difference is really, first of all, in terms of scale across the region. And second of all, this was a much more short, sharp, intense event. So we got overland flow issues in particular. Didn't have the big, long 24-hour of rainfall leading up to it. So whilst we saw some flooding, and I've talked to quite a few people who have been flooded, it was possibly sort of a different subset of flooding, if you will. And if we could just move to the next slide. This is just a couple of images. So this is indicating how much rain fell over a particular duration of these two storms. The yellow one is from 2023. The red one below, in the left-hand image, the red one is the recent storm. You can see it rose more quickly, but then ceased reasonably immediately. The image on the right is just a blow-up of the one on the left, but broadly what it's showing is that for those short durations, this was a more intense storm than the one of a couple of years ago. Having met with some of the residents, having seen some of the impacts, I think what we're seeing is more overland flow type issues, less around the floodplains in the lower part of those streams, those awa. And I'll leave that there.
Just to follow up, Mr. Chairman, on those storms that impacted communities on the 19th of April. For the Mount Roskill area in particular, which did have that sort of intense impact, there were 80 stormwater call-outs, 9 reports of habitable floor flooding, and 16 rapid building assessments the following day. And then so about 12 referrals through to our recovery navigation service, and we've taken on that responsibility and to support families through that. What it did confirm was that the categorisation process, the right houses have been identified as Category 3 and Category 2P. I'm also pleased to report since that time a number of settlements have occurred, and there's 22 in the pipeline right now for the total Category 3 in Puketipapa, for instance, of 129 properties through that local board area, and some of the adjacent local boards, Albert Eden, 179 as well. So good progress being made to give communities relief from the impacts of flooding, noting that these types of events are something that is going to be upon us in an unstable climate period, and how we adapt and become more resilient to those from an infrastructure point of view is critical. The only other thing I'd draw your attention to is just the expenditure. So our expenditure is on track, particularly for buyouts, and our recovery from the Crown through the funding agreement is going well across transport, across the buyout program, and the resilience program as well. The last thing I really just wanted to acknowledge was the blessing that occurred for the commencement of works in Māngere for Te Arata and Harangia. That's a significant step forward in terms of seeing that resilience, those resilience works get in place, and I think my colleague Craig McElroy has promised to have that all completed by within 12 months. So, I'm looking forward to that. The other works are also design works are continuing in Ranui, Clover Drive, and across the Wairau Valley as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So, first question, Desley.
Yeah, I've got a comment, so can you put me down for comments later? But my first question, apart from saying you've done an amazing job, thank you, and I'll say a bit more in my comments why I think you've done an amazing job, but I do note, we know why you've been set up, right? And we know that you're planning on disestablishing the Recovery Office next year. So my question is that if we are aware that these events are going to continue to occur, are we sure that the Recovery Office as an office is something that should be disestablished? I know that it was set up around this and the funding, etc. for that, but are we sure that that's a wise thing to do, or should we potentially keep it in its current form, looking at ways to work with AEM or whatever as a result of what may, or hopefully may not, but I don't think may not's the option, occur in the future?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So firstly, we are going to be reporting back to you on a lessons learned program. So, and some of that we've been able to engage with some of you. So thank you very much for that, with local boards, people impacted, and our own staff. And part of that lessons learned, what we are seeing emerge is some needs for some more residual capability, given that the unstable climate period we're in, and the need to build resilience. And also working with central government around the National Climate Adaptation Plan, seeing what the direction from central government would be, but we will be reporting back to you, I'm sure, about the options that you may have, and then into the LTP for any decision making on funding.
So thanks for that. And then I don't know whether my question should be to Barry or to you, but in the interest of trying to find 7 million somewhere, if you were to be disestablished, is that an option? What do we know about the savings that would occur if it happened?
Oh, thank you, Deputy Chair. Yes, so we've actually budgeted in the next year and also in the LTP for the bringing back into BAU of the Recovery Office, and I think so that there is no savings there as such, because that's how it's budgeted for. I think just following on from Mace's comments before, one of the things out of this will come out in the lessons learned exercise is how to establish a group like this very quickly with the skills that are required to do it. So we can gear up and then as time goes on, gear back down to BAU.
God loves a trier. Okay, thanks. And I reserve my right to have a comment later. Thanks.
Chris Fletcher.
Oh, thank you. As you are aware, this is an open agenda, so I'm posing my question on the basis of those. Thank you for highlighting what took place in Mount Roskill, because we have a lot of people that are really traumatised by that. And again, we look at weather forecasts for tomorrow and people are re-traumatised. But the feedback that I've had, and I need you to answer, in the recommendations about changing terms of reference, there is a fear that by extending the ability to the group to make recommendations to the relevant committee rather than just the governing body, there is a fear by some in Mount Roskill that we're going to take the importance and the attention away. You know, by coming to the governing body, it recognises the important status of what's occurring within that community. And I would not want anyone to feel that in any way are we diminishing the traumatic experiences and the need for ongoing work here. So do you want to just briefly comment to that?
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. The purpose of suggesting the change in the terms of reference is to broaden the ability for the political advisory group to request committees do particular pieces of work according to their delegations. But I'm sure with the Mayor and Deputy Mayor on that group going to the governing body in the case of a significant issue that required funding or urgent decision, I'm sure that option would be one that they would consider.
What this query that I've had really reiterates to me the importance of communication and that there is different communication that is coming forward, and the importance of when we do go into the community that we have clear messaging. So I'd like you to just reflect on that. The second question I've got, and it's arisen today from the New Zealand Herald actually, I've been looking at the Kāinga Ora sell-off of those parts of Sandringham which I know were quite badly impacted during the anniversary weekend floods. Have you had any communication directly with Kāinga Ora over these properties, and can you give us any guidance on any liabilities that might be carried on them?
Through you, Mr Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. We are in regular contact with Kāinga Ora, and I know they have assessed their properties using the methodology that we had established for their own purposes, so I'm confident about that. I'm sorry, I don't have the specifics around those particular properties. The only assurance I can provide is that any development of those properties would need to run through the regulatory process, but I can further ask and get clarity myself.
I would appreciate it if you can come back to me. It's on the website and you can zoom in and you can see exactly where in dark green those properties are that you and I have walked past on a number of occasions. So it would be interesting to get your perspective on that. That's all I have at this stage, other than to say that we have made much more progress from my perspective since Mace has been leading this body of work.
Thank you. Billy.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Thank you for the update as well. In response to feedback from mana whenua expressing the need for local level involvement, the Council is actively supporting iwi to lead and deliver recovery plans for their rohe and participate in project development. Will the Eke Panuku selection development policy that enables mana whenua the right of first refusal inform the proposed storm-affected land use policy?
Thank you, Member Brown. Through Mr Chairman. I can circulate to the policy development, but these are fee simple properties, and the policy direction to staff has been to maximise return for purchase. However, we are reaching out to mana whenua entities in Tamaki Makaurau and providing those opportunities for any interest in those properties from a commercial point of view, for example, where it's safe to do so. So giving preference to those parties.
Yeah, I understand. We've been kept informed throughout the development of the storm-affected land use policy. How are Māori perspectives shaping decisions on land use from council-retained green spaces and community resilience?
Thanks for the question. So we do have a number of iwi who have received funding through a competitive process amongst iwi, to develop recovery plans. And so that's really going to be a key perspective to inform that, as well as the ongoing engagement of particular iwi who is expressing that interest. We also have community partners where iwi have been involved across the region at delivering into communities and providing that perspective back into the recovery office. One of those examples, not so much for future use of land, has been our procurement approach, and that's where we've got a number of Māori entities actually delivering where we've got procurement options out there.
Ka pai, thank you.
Thanks, Billy. Richard?
Thanks, Chair. And before I ask my question, just a comment. Luke in the back there, it's his birthday, and sympathies to him for having to sit here all day listening to us. But happy birthday, Luke.
What a gift.
Just the first question, and thanks that those, if I could be sent, or all of us be sent those slides, that data is super important. I was messaging Julie in the middle of the night that at Easter, because it felt very much like that night, and I posted a picture of the Auckland Council rainfall data. When the reds are in a perfect line, it kind of moves outwards. So it's, yeah, and I didn't quite know how close it was, but those numbers in that first hour, if they'd continued, we would have had another 2023. So it shows how vulnerable we are. Now, my question is on that feedback, and we've got a little bit, but not as much as Councillor Ferry and Fletcher have had, because as it moved from above my house, it moved above theirs pretty hard. How are we getting the comments out to the public as kindly as possible? Because it seems like there wasn't a lot of risk to life situations, and that's the buyout. Like, how do we refresh in people's eyes that horrible kind of line that we've set, is that we were never buying out flooded homes. We were buying out homes where there was a risk to life. And I think there's been a bit of, well, now I've had a bit of flooding, I deserve a buyout. And of course we'd love to do that, but the threshold, I mean, 2,500 people have missed out on the current process. But as this continues, how can we get that out there in a kind of respectful way?
Councillor, I'll go first on that one. I think the first thing is that in the wake of these events, there's inevitably multiple streams of contact and communication. So some people reach out to council, some people reach out to the fire brigade, some people reach out to the operational part, some people reach out to the political part, different board members, councillors. We have been, in the wake of the most recent events, we have been meeting with people simply to give them information, as we've given you. A lot of that information is not around, it's very much the same narrative as we've had for the last couple of years around no significant infrastructure solutions to these problems. And so I'll leave it to Mace to sort of answer the question around, further opportunities beyond BAU. But, within BAU, we have, limited ability to cope with that. So we're really trying to work through the local boards at the moment to make sure that we're talking to everyone that we can find and just give them a message that is accurate and a message that sort of speaks to them having some information to deal with their own resiliency.
Just to follow on, Mr. Chairman, thanks, Councillor Hills. It does provide an opportunity to remind our communities, individual homeowners, how to be prepared and resilient. And so I did notice, just in terms of some of our work with insurance companies, that in 2022, when people, before they buy a property, and there's other information here too, but 55% were undertaking checks around hazards, and that's increased to 89% now. So that's perhaps emblematic of the experience that homeowners and communities have had. And then secondly, for those prepared for weather and other natural events has risen from 40% to 57%. So there's still work to do there. So I think my point is, it's a good question, Councillor Hills, and we do have to focus on firstly responsible development, and that's around the plan change, strengthening the unitary plan which is coming, and the National Climate Adaptation Programme, a resilient infrastructure approach in terms of stormwater, and adaptation with the high risk areas, and how we provide information to those communities to be as resilient as they can personally and in their homes, and also starting to look at benchmarking with particularly perhaps the UK, but other areas as well. What is the information we provide in terms of building materials that are more resilient when people do provide upgrades to their homes? So we do have an information role and working across Barry's directorate in terms of the way it's nested now with resilience and infrastructure, including building control. There's opportunities to have an integrated approach to the way we talk to communities, and communication, as Councillor Fletcher said, is critical in that integrated communication across everything that the council does. I hope that's helpful.
And that's really helpful. The other one is, and it probably won't help my anxiety because I just sit there and refresh things in the middle of the night, but we have really good data on the rainfall pinpointed. We have really good data on like the dam levels, things like that. But one thing it would help us, I think, because immediately people go, have Healthy Waters done all the hotspot checks? Have you cleared all the drains? And inevitably, I will talk to Frank on the shore, and he will tell me, yep, we've cleared them all, 320 or whatever it is, we've done X, Y, Z. Is there any way to get a bit of that in an open data form so we can, I know that sounds bizarre, but actually if I could go to a thing and the contractors have gone click, all 200 hotspots have been emptied, and I can confidently go, hey everyone, storm's approaching, because I know it's done, it is done, but of course what people see is the aftermath of a flood event which has pushed all the debris from everywhere, people's roofs, people's driveways, back into the... It would just give people that little bit more understanding, because of course they see a covered grate, but we can't go to all 98,000 catch pits before a storm, but you do, all the trouble spots that we believe are dangerous. And then of course AT does the sweeps a few weeks later after autumn or whatever it is. But how do we tell that story a bit? Because we're going to continue to get, and I saw the Wesley Mount Roskill comments too, oh, nothing was done. And I'm not saying it should be a defence, but it would help people feel like, okay, there is a system that does kick in, because I know there is, because I've been out with Frank and seen it in action, and it's pretty significant what happens across the city in those weeks before a flood, or the week before.
Councillor, it's a great question. I think the shortest, easiest answer to that is yes, probably. There's a way. Can I suggest that we're already making moves down that path ourselves? And by that I mean that we have a number of initiatives where these hotspots are being monitored by AI. So that effectively gives us a live measure of blockage at any given time. So there are opportunities, what you're talking about is feeding operational data from the business out to the public, and possibly that's a little trickier, but in terms of data around networks that's coming in all the time, I think there's opportunity there to give people confidence around, degree of blockage. So yes, in answer to your question, I think it's possible.
And very last question, just Mace, we had another meeting in Milford on Sunday, and I know we've passed the policy around the unused land, but look, in Milford they're going to have 200 sites, pretty close proximity. People are getting very concerned and nervous. Is it going to just look like construction sites everywhere? What is the kind of middle benchmark for the next few years? Is it going to be grass with a fence around? What is the treatment? I know every site's different, but what does somewhere like Milford, who will have a significant amount of it, what does that look to them? Will it just be what was left under the base of the house? What is your kind of expectation within budget? What can I tell people in an easy way? Well, I guess it's not easy, but...
Thanks, Councillor Hills, and we'll get this out more generally about what's happening in different areas, but appreciate the example. Our approach is to grass those areas, get back to a remediation where they are grassed and can easily be maintained. There may be in some locations, concrete platforms left, but where we can remove that easily and affordably, we will do that. We also have interim use guidelines for interim use, and I emphasise interim in terms of allowing some activation of those sites through time, and that could be for some commercial uses where it's appropriate, recreational uses, community use as well. So that's what the expectation should be from community.
Okay, thank you. Lotu.
Kia ora. I just wanted to, commend you both and the whole team for the work that you've done, especially when you've come out to our communities and spoken to them, and the amazing work that's going on in Māngere. And even better to hear that it might be finished in 12 months, which is faster than was predicted. But, we'll cross all our fingers and all of our toes that does happen. I just was going to ask about the recent training, the Manaki, exercise Manaki. Are you able to comment about that, or is that more for AEM? And I was just...
It's more curricular for Auckland Emergency Management, but happy to get them to contact you, Councillor.
Okay, awesome. Then just that good comment. Thank you. Kia ora.
Thanks, Lotu. Julie.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for the briefing that you did for Puketapa. I understand you've done, which that's why Chris and I missed the funnest 90 minutes of last week's governing body. And I understand you've done some briefing with some of the Albert Eden local board members as well on what happened at Easter, which, particularly hard in our ward. As a sort of, I guess, a follow-up to that a little bit is, and sort of building on where Desley was going, I think part of the problem we have is that there is now this expectation that my house flooded, therefore a buyout is an option. And we did have some discussion immediately after those Easter floods. I talked to the CEO directly, and I know we were talking about getting out some clear comms about that. I don't know if that comes from the Recovery Office or what, but are we still looking at doing that? Are we speaking more directly to people who were directly impacted again, and sort of not necessarily doing some more wholesale stuff? Where is that sitting?
Thanks, Councillor Perry. It has been more of a one-on-one, but I'm happy to talk to Diane about how we might communicate that more broadly, so we're being consistent.
Thanks. And obviously one of the things that has come up a bit has been people who did not opt into categorisation or did not accept a buyout offer for whatever reason, many of them very legitimate reasons. The fact that unfortunately the scheme is closed, and being able to be quite clear about that. Is that something that, how are those conversations going, I guess? Certainly the ones I've been involved in have been going quite poorly in terms of people are upset, which I understand.
So yes, as you're aware, this was a one-time scheme. We have, or the Chief Executive had written to the Chief Executive of the Cyclone Recovery Unit, who consulted with ministers, particularly the Minister of Finance and Minister of Emergency Management and Recovery. We had a very clear message back about no further funding was available in this scheme, but the shift of funding around so that we could increase the buyouts up to 1,200, which 1,215. We're at 1,197 at present.
Sorry, could you just speak up a little bit?
My apologies.
Yeah, thank you.
So we have taken that approach with the Crown has moved funding around so that we can give more people relief than the original estimates. But we are communicating that more generally to people. But the individual conversations through our navigators are challenging for people, and how we can help them through those issues and give them relief, including continuing to support them with their insurance companies, those typical supports to make sure that they've got the right support from agencies responsible.
Yeah, and so one of the things I'm thinking about in terms of what could be more productive, productive is the wrong word, what could be some ways to have some of those conversations where the door has unfortunately closed for people is being able to talk to them about, well, here are the sites in your neighbourhood that we are purchasing. This is what they will look like over the next little while, and the help that those sites might offer. And so I understand that there might be some conversations with local boards happening later in June, is that correct? About where the sites might be and how that might play out. Because I think when I've been having conversations with people, sometimes saying to them, look, I know you have missed out, unfortunately, but as you're aware, we've purchased your neighbour's property. This is how that might help with your property, even though you're not eligible for a buyout.
I think there's two things there, Councillor Ferry. Yes, we are having workshops with the impacted local boards through June, and meeting with the chairs on Monday to give them an update. But also, I think, thinking of Healthy Waters, they have a really strong program around continued maintenance and what they can do tactically to improve situations, particularly for things like overland flow paths, to ensure they're not causing a real nuisance. So there are still some tactical improvements we can make in the stormwater network that can make a real difference, as well as those properties removed will provide some improved stormwater hydrology as well. But it is a fraught situation. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and so with those conversations with local boards and potentially some of those community conversations too, is there going to be an ability to look at whether we can prioritise using that local information, some of the Healthy Waters work or some of the site clearances? Is that going to be something that's possible, and if not, is it something we can look at making possible? I think, again, for those people who have missed out on coming into categorisation, those are things that will help them to feel, okay, I missed my window, but council is doing something that is going to help my situation.
I think the short answer is yes, Councillor Ferry. We have identified those priority areas and we'll continue to focus on those areas so that they have good information and understand and have hope, quite frankly, about what's in the future.
That's the word, right? Hope, yeah, is giving people hope that, that's going to work. Thank you. So to further to Councillor Hill's point about that hotspot work and making that visible, I think that would be incredibly helpful. One of the other things that would be helpful there would be some framing too about, and we need to get the words right on this, and these are not the right words. Council's doing our part. We've cleared this culvert. Please, can you make sure that the wood that you have loose on your property, for example, in the case of that culvert, is secured? So, when we're doing the comms around, hey, we've storm's coming, we've cleared these hotspot culverts. This is your part of that picture. Is that something we can get better at?
Councillor, our aspirations are to have a much more live point of reference for people so that we can give them an understanding of all this, effectively to bring all our data to bear and sort of in the public realm. So absolutely all of this I think is something we've already kind of looked on in terms of just to add some nuance to that. I think telling people the location of a hotspot is probably not particularly what matters to them. What matters is whether their property is affected by that.
Yeah.
And so some of what we're looking at is how do we indicate, for example, if our data shows us we do have a blocked culvert, we need to understand the area of influence for that, and we show people that, because it's not the culvert per se that's the problem, it's their risk that we're trying to give them an indication of.
Yeah.
But kia ora, I take all of that on board.
Yeah, thanks.
Just to follow up, Councillor Ferry, I think there has been some direct campaign that have been direct, and there will be direct campaigns about taking responsibility on your property to avoid nuisance to others of material washing into important infrastructure that's going to cause a nuisance downstream if that occurs. So that occurred, I know, in Councillor Henderson and Councillor Turner's neck of the woods, and in fact in the Roskill area as well, where there's really limited things we can do in those catchments.
Cool. I do have a bunch more questions, but I'm going to just ask one more because I'm aware of time, Chair. And it's really about following up on Councillor Hill's questions about what the sites are going to look like when we do the clearances, and how we're thinking there about, I know we've got the future land use stuff, but how we're thinking there in the short term about the interaction with neighbouring sites where something in particular of parish in my area where there's a whole lot of KO sites as well, and KO have cleared to a particular standard, and our standard may not be the same as theirs, or where the land is adjacent to a park. Are we thinking about those interactions, because community expectation about what might, why have you fenced that off when it's next to the park, those kinds of things, are we thinking that stuff through and talking with KO in particular or other major landowners who have vacant sites or construction sites next door?
Thanks, Councillor Perry. Yes, so we are thinking about the context of those sites and ensuring the context is fit for purpose for the neighbouring sites, and where there are other institutional landowners, we are discussing that with them so we have a consistent approach. But because this will be, as you're aware from the policy discussion, a 10-year program. It's not a short program. And as I said, the interim use guidelines will allow activation of some of those sites as well, so that we don't have nuisance occurring at times, public nuisance.
Thank you both. Really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. No more questions. Thanks, Nick. Oh, no. A bit like when you were using your Rutherford scattering equipment. So thank you, Mace. Thank you, Nick. Comments. Alf, then Desley.
To you both and Nick, I just want to acknowledge the 11th of April with the sod turning with Te Akatai Waiuhua. Also, not only the attendance of the Recovery Office, but also Healthy Waters for Te Ararata and Haranea. Just want to acknowledge the people around this table for your support in regards to the Blue-Green project. So it was attended by the Mayor, and he ended up cutting the ribbon, but also doing did the sod turning, and had the MP from Māngere Lemonga, Lydia Sosene, Tawanuu, Nick Bakulich, and in particular we had the staff there that are doing the mahi now. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, Nick, you, Healthy Waters, Elizabeth Johnson, because I know there's going to be disruptions, and I've said this around the table, but I've contacted Leighton, and there are so many people interested as to the traffic management around there. But thank you so much for your support and the others, and also to our Tongan Church. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. That's it.
Thank you. Desley.
Yeah, kia ora, Alf. That was lovely. I also just want to voice my thanks to you both and your team for the amazing work you're going to do. I know that sort of the questions have morphed more into outside your brief, i.e., the Recovery Office was set up in a response to the 2023 events, but you're kind of almost perceived as the go-to place for anything happening after that. And there's no doubt in my mind that there are a number of our residents and ratepayers in our fine city that do feel a bit nervous every time they see a heavy rain warning. And I've got to put myself in that category, actually, and there was nothing that happened to my house. So I think, without doubt, the weather is certainly focusing a lot of people, and there's a lot of, as I said, perhaps tension is the word I'm looking for when they see bad weather. I want to hone my comments, though, on item 23 in the report, and that is just the fact that you are getting into a really good place with the removal of homes, right? And I just want to alert my colleagues to the fact that I was in Muriwai not too long ago, and they put up a community memorial made up of bits and pieces of the homes that had been removed. There were things like tap fittings, sinks, letterboxes, tiles, etc., and made a memorial in the community to remember the anniversary weekend. That was a lovely thing to do, and I want to thank all parts of council who helped contribute to that. But the purpose of me bringing that up today was to listen to the people who had intolerable risk to life and who'd lost their homes, to listen to them talk about our navigators and the people who had personally interacted with the families in such a warm and heartfelt way. So to you both, I hope you pass that message on, because at the end of the day, if there is a silver lining under the cloud, that is the fact that people-to-people interaction do help considerably in times of trial, for want of a better word. And your people have been outstanding, not just at the event, but obviously touching base ongoing and ongoing and ongoing. And it's not just Muriwai, it's all the places, Mangere, all the places throughout the Rohu, throughout the region that have been affected. So please pass that on. Congratulations on the work that you're doing. I know that you'll probably get there a little bit ahead of time, and that's a huge credit to you and the powerful team behind you both. Thank you.
Thank you, Desley. Any other comments? None. I'll just finish up. So, I mean, the recovery is the fourth R of the 4 Rs. And we've heard a little bit today about how we give information to people and stuff. And the first 2 Rs are readiness and reduction. And so there's an old saying about when you give a man a fish, he'll feed himself for a day, and you teach him to fish and he'll feed himself for life. And that's a little bit about, in my view, what we tell people and the messages that we should be giving. And so when we get an event like the Easter one, you know, the messaging we should be is directing them where to look for information. Because the minute you don't answer your phone or you don't put a message up, people find there's a void. And so they're looking in the wrong place for information. And so I think we have a responsibility as elected reps to actually make sure that we are directing people in the right way to find their information for themselves. The alternative emergency managers and management is that you are able to look after yourself for the first 3 days. That's getting spread out now because the ability to actually look after or people to get there to help is longer. So I just really urge us to, when we have events like that and we talk about them here, that we're actually giving people the right message, that it is how they look after themselves, because they stop looking to us for that information, and when we aren't there to give it to them, that's when they get into strife. So that would be my one and only little plea. So again, thank you, team, for that. There's no more comment, so I'll put it, those in favour say aye. And against, carried. Next item is the aye, is a status of action decision. So Morris is moving that, and Richard is seconding. Is there any discussion? Oh, we'll get to item 12. So no questions. Those in favour say aye. Against, carried. Item 12 is a summary of Transport and Resilience Committee information memoranda and briefings. Someone like to move? Thank you, Lotu. Thank you, Alf. You have a question, Desley.
Yeah, just a quick, I've given Barry a bit of a heads up. So I didn't know whether to answer it at this time or earlier, but in my capacity as CRL joint sponsor and representative for council, there's a memo on the agenda about, and I won't call it Project K, I'll call it Karangaha Happy Station Precincts Integration Project, and we heard about it at public input today. Will the Mercury Lane cross street situation be sorted in time that works can actually be completed for when CRL opens in 2026? Because time is running short before opening and the street works do seem to take a long time to deliver.
Through the chair, from the teams who are involved in that, the answer is yes.
Perfect, thank you.
It's the first time anyone's ever asked a question for that item. Well done. Okay, it's been moved to second. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And against, carried. There's no extraordinary business, and so we close the meeting officially. Thank you very much, everyone. Have an enjoyable weekend, even if it is a bit wet.
I'm